If I could get everyone's attention, we're now going to call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Today is Monday, November 17th. It is, 6:09. At this time, we're going to have a roll call.
Commissioner Ball.
Here.
Commissioner Longworth.
Here.
Commissioner Pfeiffer. Vice
Here.
Mayor Tucker.
Here. Okay, at this time, we are also going to have Pastor Matt McCall from First Baptist Church come up and give us the invocation. While he's making his way up here, though, I do want to take a moment of silence to honor, we lost a great person over the weekend, and I just want to take a moment of silence for Mr. Clifton Lewis. He has been a true pillar of our community, a man who has served on more boards than one can count. He has led with integrity and vision and unwavering dedication. As a veteran, a leader, an innovator, and a devoted community servant, Mr. Lewis has poured his time and talent into uplifting others. His pivotal role in the preservation of the L.B. Brown House stands as just one of the many lasting impacts he leaves behind. Mr. Lewis loved his family deeply, cherished his community, and above all, loved God. While our hearts are heavy with his loss, we also rejoice in knowing that he is now home in the kingdom of the Lord. May his memory continue to inspire us, and may his legacy live on through the lives he has touched. If we could just take a moment for him.
God, we are grateful for this opportunity to be here tonight. Lord, we thank you for the leaders of our city. We are in desperate need of leadership all the time. Lord, you designed people to be led. So thank you for our leaders. And God, we prayed for your supernatural blessings to give them wisdom. Lord, you are the wisest, and so we need wisdom from you. Lord, we pray you give them charity towards our great city. Lord, there's no one more charitable to you or than you, Lord, so we ask that you share that with us tonight. Lord, we pray that you bless the family of Clifton Lewis, Lord. What a blessing it is to have so many influential people in our lives like Mr. Lewis, Lord, and we pray your supernatural grace and provision and joy to his family and their loss and in the loss to our city. Lord, we also want to lift up Main Street Baptist Church and the family of Pastor Mike Grady and his passing. Lord, a great church in our city. We pray for your provision and blessing upon that church and upon that wonderful family. And Lord, we pray that tonight you would bless this meeting. Lord, we need you all the time. And Lord, I'm just reminded from your word that we're told the greatest thing we can do as human beings is to love you. And the second greatest thing we can do is to love our neighbors as ourselves. So I pray that you give us love tonight, Lord. Love comes from you, and it's such a great gift. So I pray that you multiply it among the great city of Oaks and Azaleas, Lord, in which we are privileged to live. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
You can be seated. Now we are going to move on to our proclamations and special presentations. At this time, we're going to recognize Small Business Saturday. If Ms. Christy Briers and Ms. Jessica Ball will join me at the podium, and the City Council is going to read the proclamations for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ladies, if you guys want to meet down at the podium, and I will read this proclamation of the City of Bartow. Whereas November 2025 marks the 15th anniversary of Small Business Saturday, a national effort to support and celebrate locally owned small businesses. And whereas the City of Bartow, Florida proudly recognizes our small businesses as the backbone of our community, contributing to Bartow's economic vitality, unique character, and sense of hometown pride. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration's 2025 report, there are approximately 33.3 million small businesses across the nation, representing 99.9% of all firms with paid employees generating nearly two-thirds of net new private sector jobs and employing 46% of the U.S. workforce. And whereas research shows that for every dollar spent at a small business, approximately 68 cents stays within that local community, reinvested through job creation, community improvement, and support for schools and civic events. And whereas Bartow's downtown merchants, family-owned shops, restaurants, and service providers are essential to the city's culture and economy, enriching daily life for residents and visitors. Whereas the City Commission of Bartow encourages residents to support local entrepreneurs, shop small, dine locally, and take part in events that highlight the importance of independent businesses to our shared prosperity. Now therefore, Tanya Tucker, by virtue of the authority vested in her as mayor of the City of Bartow, Florida, does hereby proclaim Saturday, November 29th, 2025, as Small Business Saturday in the City of Bartow, and encourages all residents to participate in celebrating and supporting local businesses on this day and throughout the year to help sustain a prosperous and vibrant Bartow community. This proclamation is dated the 17th day of November, 2025.
Thank you, Sean. We are so excited for our small businesses. We love them. Do you want to come up here and say anything about Small Business Saturday? Don't be nervous. It's okay.
Huh?
I'll be right.
Of course.
Just tell them what shop you own and like your business hours and
Okay.
what you do.
All right, so I have Hounds Downtown. It is a brand-new business in Bartow. We just opened on November 3rd, so we are very grateful to have our small business in this city, and I think that's it.
Tell them where
Go
you're
ahead.
from.
Unfiltered Coffee House, downtown Bartow. We're Monday through Friday, 7 to 4, Saturday, 8:30 to 3.
Tell them about the hat sorting thing.
Oh, and we're having a massive event this weekend on Saturday. We're doing Harry Potter at Unfiltered, so come hang with us.
All right. Yay. All right, thank you, ladies. So we're going to go over here and get the proclamations. If anyone else in the audience is a Bartow small business owner, if you would come up here to the front, we'd like to have you in the picture as well. So I know I seen Kim. I think I seen somebody else, but I can't remember who it was. I ain't got my glasses on. Chrislyn. There we go. Come on up here. For the record, I'm still mad about not bringing the dog, but we'll get over it. Okay, that will now bring us to general public comment. At this time, the commission will receive comments from the public regarding matters not appearing on this agenda.
And Madam Mayor, if I may address the audience tonight, we have a room full of people. Thank you all for coming out tonight. This portion of the meeting is for general public comment. So I will read my usual comments before we start. If you're here tonight for any of the Emily items, any public hearings that are happening tonight, there will be additional opportunities later in the meeting to speak to those. I see many familiar faces from the planning and zoning meetings, so I think we've been working well together to make sure that folks have a chance to speak at the appropriate time on the appropriate topics. So we'll get to those as we go. As the mayor mentioned, this part is general public comment only. And as a reminder to all speakers addressing the City Commission this evening, during any time set aside for general public comment or public hearings, please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments, commenting on any items in litigation or under investigation, or on any other matters that do not fall within the purview of the City Commission. Public speakers will be limited to 3 minutes apiece, and there are sign-up cards, I think, back towards the back of the room. If you would please provide that to the city clerk when you come to the podium, and please state your name and address as you begin your remarks. Thank you very much.
Gerald J. Cochran, 1615 North Street, Bartow. Tonight I want to talk about where is all this money coming from for all this here new development is coming into Bartow? I'll tell you where a lot of it's coming to. I paid my taxes today, just fire tax and stormwater is $407.26. We used to not have stormwater, but the last 4 years, our utilities has increased and everything. And that's based on assessed value of our property tax. Every $1,000 that's assessed on our property, you pay taxes on it, whether you know it or not. And these people that's in these new homes and all, and paying all this here high interest rate to buy these houses, they're just as liable to pay taxes, higher taxes, than the ones that's been here for the last 60 to 100 years. But I want to bring one thing to the attention of the commission. My neighborhood is not a shortcut. And city garbage trucks constantly travel my neighborhood. It wouldn't be bad if it was an emergency, but they're going to their workstation to take a break. And it's endangering our kids and tearing up our roads in our neighborhood. And it should be stopped because my neighborhood was not built for a shortcut. But like I say, this development has got out of hand. But I want to talk about some of it that's being annexed into Bartow. A lot of this land is phosphate land. It's reclaimed land. Are they running radiation tests on this land that they're selling for these people to build homes on? But this is about all I got for 3 minutes. That's all I'm allowed, freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. All right, folks, I just want to mention something. I know that the folks here are very passionate about some of the topics coming up on this agenda, but if we could be respectful from both sides, just because I know we don't all want to be here all night long. If we can hold the applause and the commentary and just let everyone speak, that we would have greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Is there any other general public comment?
Yes.
Go
Hi.
ahead. Go
My name's Becky Niles. I live at 845 South Oakwood Loop in Bartow. I'm talking about Governor DeSantis did a Q&A with some high school young adult students, and he indicated that the median age of buying first homes is 40-plus years old. So, and then he goes on to quote, "You are basically an ATM for the local government." That being said, he is intending to cut or get rid of property tax. It's going to be on the ballot for 2026. His exact words is, "It is going to be on the ballot in 2026, and what I would say is keep an eye on this." So, I mean, if we're looking for property taxes to cover things, I can bet most of the people in this audience would vote to get rid of them. And so might I suggest some ways to make money for the city? One would be not relying on Facebook only as a social media output because it doesn't reach people. There's posts that the city might make that I see 4 or 5 days later, and by that time the event is over. Might I suggest a food and wine event that is very large, more than just the walking event, but bringing in vendors or something, advertising it on a large scale. Lake Whale, there's nobody else, no other surrounding suburbs that I can see that has ever done a cultural event. Bringing in, Plant City did a Day of the Dead, but they had dancers come in. They had, if you had, Polish, Mexican, Italian, French, whatever, and on a big event like that with food where you can get it on the news, that might draw people from other places, that would be a wonderful way to showcase our town because, like I said, nobody else is doing it. So if you could, there's Indian people that live in this area. There's just tons of different cultures that are now coming to Bartow. And it's probably in our best interest to maybe start celebrating them and then turn it into a feasible event where you could charge, you could buy tickets to buy food, so you make money off of that. Say a sandwich costs 5 tickets, well, you're paying $1 per ticket, so you just made $5. And each vendor comes in and pays their own spot. So, I mean, there's just different ways to make money besides solely relying on letting development come in and take over the town. So, thank you.
Thank you. And ma'am, just really quick, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot, and I'm going to forget to respond. We do actually have a wine stroll in Bartow every year that's done by our Main Street Bartow, and the part about the cultural events, there are a few here in Polk County, but our Parks and Cultural Arts Director is sitting over there, and I'm sure he heard that. I'm sure he heard that, and he can get his team looking into something like that. Thank
Okay.
you.
When I mentioned the wine thing, I mentioned it on a much larger scale, like a wine and cheese event, something like that, that would happen not as a stroll, but specifically in downtown.
Okay.
So something along those events.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Joe Harper. I live at 935 Bear Creek, across the street from the new pickleball courts. You had a subcontractor do a 5-point turn in my yard, and I've reached out to that subcontractor, but I just want to talk, who's the parks guy? You the parks guy? Okay. And I also wanted to say, I think you've got some flaws that are going to come out when it gets up and operating. You're going to have some erosion problems. The side's already dead. And that's it. Thank you. I'll find it.
All right, yeah, so you can say, if you make contact with Jason over there, we'll be glad to get those questions answered for you. Is there someone else? Come on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Taylor Haggerty.
And I'm Dana Timore.
We work at Sunrise Community. I'm a community resource specialist for Central Florida. Sunrise Community is the largest nonprofit organization in the state of Florida, providing services for people who have intellectual and developmental disorders. In Polk County, we have 3 group homes, one of which we take care of individuals who have behavioral concerns. We also have a 24-bed ICF bed where we take care of those who are more medically fragile and require a lot of oversight 24/7. During this holiday time, we are looking for the support of our community to be able to provide donations, sponsorships, the best that we can do for people in need in this community. We are also hosting our annual Special Olympics this Friday at 9:30, located at our Bartow facility, which is right next to the health department.
2160 Green Tree Court.
Yes, thank you. I just want to take this time to introduce who we are. We've been in the community for a while, but not a lot of people know about us, and I would love to extend the invitation for you guys to come out, take a tour of our beautiful facilities, see what we do to help those in need, and we love what we do, and I would just love to invite you guys out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I took a tour of Sunrise this summer. A very nice facility, very special place. You do a very good job for a very difficult situation. And everybody loved it there. So I
Yes,
appreciate what you
thank
do and keep up the good work.
Thank you. And that's actually the facility where we have our Special
Yes.
Olympics. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
2160 Green Tree Court. Yes, please come out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we will now move on to city announcements. We'll start on this end. Go ahead, Trish. Do you have anything?
I don't think I do.
Commissioner Ball?
just want to take a moment. I know, Mr. Lewis, that was very bad for us this weekend. One of our fellow commissioners from Fort Meade passed this weekend, Mr. James Shell. He's also the father of our Deputy Chief, Jimmy Shell. I'd like to keep him and his family in our thoughts as well. Longtime servant to the community of Fort Meade as a lifelong citizen, as well as his service to Polk County with the Polk County Sheriff's Department.
Commissioner Longworth? Commissioner Simpson? Okay. Okay, that will now bring us to the report of charter officers. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Good evening. Briefly, I've given you copies of our staff meeting agenda that we had today. And I think I think that I have passed out copies of that agenda so you can see the topics that we talked about. We had a really good update from El Withall, our Director of Bartow EDC, who is here this evening. Gave us some information about some key projects without revealing too much that kind of keep us enthused, and so we had a really good update, and we appreciate it very much. A PowerPoint presentation about our Bartow Historic Districts from Bob Wiegers, our Director of Planning. That was good for those of us that are new. Although I've been here 3 years, I didn't know much about those historic districts, so he gave us a good briefing about that. And several members of our leadership team are new, so we learned something as well. So appreciate that, Bob. And then we had a great presentation today from Lee Hale, who is the president and CEO of Hale Innovation. Hale Innovation, they are grant writers and best firm that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And so very pleased to announce through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the State Revolving Loan Fund, the name for the acronym for this program is going to sound a little bit odd. It's called SHAM. But, it's too good to be true, right? So it's a supplemental appropriation for hurricanes Helene and Milton. And so this is actually, even though it comes through the State Revolving Loan Program, these are grants. So Lee talked to us about this, and so consequently we came up with some projects. And so I've given you a handout here that itemizes those projects for the benefit of the citizens that are here this evening. So we have a total amount of grant award of $24,545,293. That is divided between drinking water at $5.3 million and clean water, which is ironically wastewater, at $19.1 million. So the potential funding sources for us with respect to the drinking water would be investment in a water treatment plant power generator, standby well, emergency power supply, and most important, a project under the Polk Regional Water Cooperative, the Lakeland-Bartow Interconnect for water supply. So these are projects that our user rates don't have to pay for. These are projects that are coming back to us by virtue of investment in state and federal money. And with respect to the wastewater treatment facility, that is the $19 million. So it's a question of how far the $19 million goes, but we feel pretty good about the flood wall and a pumping station at our wastewater treatment facility. Instead of this being an earthen berm, this would be either a concrete wall or another terminology that I don't know if John Hall's here, but there may be a less expensive way for us to accomplish this and still at the same time provide us with the protection that we need. And let me refer to my notes to see if I have that. Sheet pilings, right. The sheet pile wall would be cost less and maybe be just as effective. So we're going to investigate that. And then the lift station rehab in the Geo SCADA system. This is to have a SCADA system for all of our pumping stations, and then it would send signals back to the plant about overflows and getting to those overflows before it actually occurs. And then we would also be installing manhole sensors underneath the sanitary sewer lids as another instrument that can send signals to make sure that we capture those spills before they occur. The purchase of a vacuum truck, which will help us keep our stormwater system cleaner, and then the enhanced nutrient removal system at our wastewater plant. So these projects in all total cost $71 million. Now, we only got $24 million right now. So we have some more opportunity in the future, and we're going to keep knocking on the door to present some really good projects. So the paperwork will all get done sometime in January, and so then the dollars will start coming to us. So we're pleased to be able to make this announcement tonight with respect to the grant funding. Greater investment in infrastructure means that we're able to better protect the environment here in Bartow. So I think this is a really good news item, not coming out of user fees, but supplementing our capital improvement program so we can get more done. Thank you. All right, so with respect to our first update this evening, we have an update on the historic Route 60 project, which is we're seeking to designate Route 60 as a scenic highway designation. Rob Kinkart is here, President and CEO of ACT Environmental, a local business here in Bartow, and Darrell Richard, who basically is the program manager for the FDOT for the Scenic Highway Program. So they're going to give us an exciting update tonight on where we are with the project in our city. And one of the things
First,
that...
you have to tell me where you are. In security and privacy settings, choose the privacy tab. Under location services.
No,
Okay, so now we have an example. There is a spy in the room, and it's artificial intelligence, and so look out, right?
It's an old computer, sorry.
Okay, all right. So one of the things that we'll be looking for in the commission, you can decide this tonight, or we can do it at a later date. But as you'll hear, we have sort of formed an informal board to head up this program. And so you'll see the organization of that in one of the slides, either by Rob or by Darrell. But we'll be looking for a city liaison, which in this case, it would be an elected official. And so we're seeking city liaisons from Mulberry, Bartow, and Lake Wales. Potentially Fort Meade, maybe, but at least these three cities along the historic route corridor. So a little more on that when we get there. If you're ready to make that appointment tonight, that's fine. If you want to give it some thought, we'll bring it back. Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Department Heads, and City Manager. I'm Rob Kinkart, and I have Darrell Richard with me tonight with DOT. He's their landscape architect, scenic highway coordinator, and we are truly, truly excited about the progress that we've made with the Route 60 rebranding. And as you know, we want to make Route 60 common across the country. So when people think of Central Florida, they think of Route 60, and that is the destination that they need to be. So, and just a quick little history. Route 60 is the only coast-to-coast highway in Florida where you can watch the sunrise on the East Coast, travel Route 60, stop at all the attractions, go through Bartow, get to Clearwater Beach, and watch the sunset. It is the only continuous one road that goes coast to coast, and that's really our tagline. And that's the Route 60 experience that we're really going to talk about. So I'm pleased to report that everything is going great. In fact, it has really exceeded my expectations. The enthusiasm from the cities, from the groups along the way have just been outstanding. It seems like everybody wants to be a part of this and be able to take what they have done and be able to rebrand themselves and tag along with us on our Route 60 experience. Your manager, Mike Kerr, has done an incredible job of coordinating a lot of the effort. So he's been promoting in Bartow and along the entire route. So thank you, Mike. Murtis Young has our visitor center at the old courthouse, and she's done an incredible job of setting that up as the visitor center for our Route 60 experience. We have a creative team headed by Eric Marshall from City of Lake Wales, and he's working on our website and logo. And we're also working on appointing officers for our nonprofit 501c3, formed as Florida's Route 60 Association. Daryl is also working on our submittal as a scenic highway, designated scenic highway from DOT, and he will talk a little bit more about that. We've just gotten the Department of Citrus on board, and they are excited about being a part of our program as well. I also have the car clubs all lined up, so when we kick this off, we're going to do a car club extravaganza and cruise Route 60. And, you know, it's really interesting that I hear just about every day somebody comes up to me and says, I've got an idea for a hot dog stand or some sort of attraction along the route. So I think you're going to be just amazed at what we can really develop here. And it is going to be that common thread for all the cities and attractions along the route. So I'm going to turn it over to Daryl.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Richard. I'm the District Scenic Highway Coordinator for FDOT District 1. Our office is right across the street here. And I have a very brief slide presentation here, just as an update about the Scenic Highway. It's going to pop up on the screen here. So this graphic, Eric with the City of Lake Wales produced that Route 60 sign. It's kind of a proposed historic sign that we're working on, the idea of a graphic for the Scenic Highway and the Route 60 coast-to-coast Scenic Highway. So it actually is unique, as Rob was saying. It's kind of the ideal day trip, if you will. You could start on one coast and go to see attractions and whatnot, and end up on the other coast to see the sunset. So it's really a good thing for families or local, tourists or residents alike, to visit Florida and experience Florida. The original vision, this mapping that we originally did, includes 4 separate districts in FDOT and 4 separate counties. So we looked at this as the long-range goal is what we're going to go to eventually, is the State Road 60 in its entirety. However, once we got into it and reviewed it with the other districts, the recommendations that we pursue it with just Polk County first, and that'd be District 1 being the first district, so get that done, and then the other districts can join in, is the idea. So, and focused in on the map here, it's kind of hard to actually read it, but this is just Polk County segment of State Road 60 is what it is, with some scenic attractions that are listed along with it. And the focus on the statewide scenic highway program and also the national scenic byway program is focused around these 6 what they call intrinsic qualities or resources. And so our goal and objective is to further develop basically the story and explain, where the different attractions are within the State Road 60 corridor for recreation, scenic value, natural resources, historical sites, cultural resources, and archaeological resources. So that's what the core of the whole program focuses about, is on. And I just want to mention a few things that are beneficial regarding the scenic highway designation. So, basically the first one I'd say is a platform, a statewide platform for exposure for tourism, to on a statewide level, if someone is visiting Central Florida, that we could communicate where those attractions are and attract people to the community, where they spend money and help the economy, whatnot, and experience Florida. And also this, by designating as a scenic highway, the group is eligible for grant monies that's available from the federal government and or state. Also oversight for FDOT planning projects or also local transportation-related projects along the corridor, and promotion of tourism, and then enhancing the visitor experience by wayfinding, which is signing, as a landscape architect, we do a lot of these type of studies where you attract people by the signage, you use, strategically placed signage to advise people where attractions are, so wayfinding is what that's called, and then, or signage. And so, with that said, that's pretty much the main ideas related to the scenic highway, but like many organizations, it can be whatever the group decides that they want to focus on. The state doesn't really say they have to focus on certain elements more than others, so it's pretty much very flexible as far as that goes. So that's one of the wonderful things about it. So, I'm excited about it. I think we're going to get the designation. We're working on a letter to send to the state office in Tallahassee to move forward with it, and with the support of Rob and everyone in the communities, which I really appreciate. The resolution this body passed to support the scenic highway, that's really, really good. We got a resolution from Lake Wales and also support from Mulberry as well. So that's all we have for tonight. I really appreciate your time and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got about 40 people on our list already of interested folks that are involved. And for the small businesses, it is your dream come true where you'll have something where you can have a tie-in to really a designated corridor to be involved with. So it's really an exciting challenge. I think it's even going to be better than I had envisioned with everyone's help so far. It's going to be iconic. It's going to be Route 60, here we come, and we're all excited about it. So if you ask what you can do, we ask for that you continue to support us, get involved, help us talk about it, and help us develop the whole concept where we can take it actually coast to coast after we do this scenic highway. So thank you very much. On behalf of our entire Route 60 team, thank you for all your help.
Thank you. So, City Manager, at this time, are you needing a volunteer to be on the committee, or are you seeking for us to nominate someone, or?
Well, I think we would like for the city commission to designate one of you to serve as a city liaison. That way we would be complementing what Lake Wales is going to be doing in Mulberry. There'll be a city commissioner from each of those two other jurisdictions.
Does anyone have the desire to serve on that one?
I'm volunteering on it right now, so I don't mind continuing that.
Okay, we will put Artsy on it. That's our creative person over there. So do we need to make a motion?
If we do, yes. I move Commissioner Trish Pfeiffer serves as the liaison with the Highway 60.
For the city workers, yeah.
From the city.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, Trish is your girl now.
And I was the one with the hot dog stand.
So I got a question.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, Commissioner.
Are those signs, are those new signs or the same signs that you showed to us before?
They were the same signs.
Okay, all right, and those are supposed to be the logos?
We're still working on it. It's a work in process.
Okay.
It's a little heavier lift than I think we thought, but trying to get everybody on board is exciting and challenging as well.
And now you have a big audience that heard about this exciting project, so that was a good time to present.
I thought they were all here for us, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have Captain Luke Hauser going to give us an update on our red light camera program, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Captain Hauser, Bartow Police Department. going to give you all a brief update with our red light cameras. So this is from inception of the project on April 21st when our first cameras went into warning live until October 31st. During that time, we've issued 7,296 notice of violations or warnings. Here's a breakdown of those intersections. I am happy to report that all of our cameras are now active. So our last 4 remaining sites did go warning live last week. Those sites were State Road 60 at Crown Avenue, and then 60 and 98, or Van Fleet and Broadway for the local name. As you can see, our most productive intersection so far has been 17 and Main Street. We've issued 1,657 notices of violations at that one camera, and that's just northbound traffic. You add in the southbound traffic, we're 2,200. So as of right now, we've issued 5,808 notice of violations. So those are actually violations that do carry a fine structure. And 479 of those have gone unpaid and have been transformed into uniform traffic citations and been transferred to the clerk of court's office. So, and I just want to make it clear again, I reiterate this every time, we don't just sit here and click every violation, okay? This is our rejection stats. So you can see of the violations our officers have reviewed, we've rejected 2,948. You know, if it's too close to call, if the camera didn't capture the image correctly, we can't read a license plate, we will reject them. We're not just out here sending everything through. So I think that's important to let you all know that we are reviewing these things. An AI software program reviews them, then a person from the vendor reviews them before they come to us, and then we have final say whether we're going to approve or reject that citation. So we have had some violations come to hearings. So in August, we had 2 violations go to hearing. Both of those were upheld with the magistrate. September, we had 3. 3 of those violations were upheld. Last month, we had 6. We had 3 upheld, and 3 ended up paying prior to their hearing. Mm-hmm. And usually what that is, people come in, they haven't watched their video yet, and they will view their video, they haven't seen it, and I'll elect to pay their violation. And then, as of right now, for the November hearing next week, we have 14 hearings scheduled. So I do have a few videos for y'all. These are the best of the worst, is what I'll call it. So this is at 17 in Wabash. This light was red for like 17 seconds before this crash happened.
Whoa. Oh, man.
So, and, you know, unfortunately, we obviously don't want to see crashes. The people were able to walk away from that crash. But the cool thing with this system, the officer working that crash was able to log into the system, pull the video while on scene, able to view it and help them work that crash.
You know, I was looking at that, and the light is yellow.
It's red.
I know it's red, but I was fooled by that, and I didn't expect the car to get hit because I was waiting for it to turn red for this car.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
That light was red for a while once cross traffic
Can you
has
go back?
occurred.
It is off, yeah. Wow.
So this is a video from 60 in Wilson. This light has been red for 40 seconds.
For how long?
40.
40? I'm just gonna go right on through. Yep, going to Walmart right there. Yep. Could have been on their phone though. Wow.
So this is at 17 in East Van Fleet, so the east side of Walmart. So the light's red. They don't want to wait for the green light to make their U-turn and head on into opposing traffic.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Here's another extended red. This one was red for 10 seconds prior to the violation.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
And then this is at 60 in Wilson again. This one's just kind of funny.
I just saw her today.
So
Little golf cart, yeah.
the golf cart is legal to be on the road. However,
Did it
you
get
know,
it? Did it run it?
oh yeah, it ran the light. It
Do you
received the
give
violation.
them a ticket too?
Yeah, it has a license plate on it, so we're able to issue the
Oh, my gosh,
violation.
she's going to be so upset.
Captain, if it didn't have a license plate, how would you have handled it? Because I see a lot of golf carts with no license plates.
If it doesn't have the license plate, unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to issue the citation. There's no
Right.
way for us
Yeah.
to figure that out. But that is the low-speed vehicle. It
Oh,
is, licensed and insured. So as long as it stays in a zone under 35 miles an hour, it's legal to be on the
Okay,
road.
there you go.
So
So-
Captain, this is a little off here in terms of the running the lights, but do golf carts, are they required to have if they're on the highway like that, are they required to have tags, license plates?
Yes, so that is classified as a low-speed vehicle through the statute.
You okay?
So they need to be on roads with a 35 mile an hour or slower posted speed limit,
Oh.
which Wilson is.
I got you.
And that's how they can get the registration and insurance to be on certain roads. So obviously, they can't drive that down 60 because the speed limit's too high. But on the local roads.
I got you.
But they got to have a tag and insurance.
Yep,
If
tag,
they-
insurance, lights.
Even if they're on the 35 mile an hour
Yes.
road?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, a lot of them don't have it. I see it all the time.
Yeah, we see it too, and we'll stop those people and address that with them.
Yeah, you're enforcing it? I
Yes,
got
sir.
you. Okay, yes. So,
So that is all I have for y'all. I'll stand for any questions.
just, 17 in Maine, 17 in Maine, why do you think it's so high? What do you think is going on there?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But as long as they're going to keep continuing to run the red light, they'll continue to receive the notice of
Yeah.
violation.
And, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
and what is it, 98 and 60?
So
is-
that camera just went live at the end of last week. So
Okay.
the two cameras at 98 and 60 and the two cameras at 60 and Crown or 555, they are in warning live. So they'll be warning live for 30 days. So any violators will receive a courtesy warning for the first 30 days. And then after that, they will go citation live. So those cameras will go citation live the second week of December.
Gotcha. So everything is, all the cameras are
All
working?
16 cameras are up and running at this time, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for this. I think, we took a lot of heat for these cameras, but seeing these videos, I think, shows why we had to do what we did. So thank you for bringing that. Did
I
you
just
have
wanted to
anything?
say that I went in and watched, I wanted to know how they vetted the videos, and Captain Hauser showed me, and it's a really pretty quick process, and you can definitely see, clear as day, what the situation is, and it's triple-checked 3 times, so I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to be able to say that, it's not somebody, we've heard all kinds of stuff, but it's definitely a good system. I go through that particular intersection now, and all of them being a little bit more aware. And now that you guys have seen this, maybe you will as well, because you can see a lot of people are running lights, and the whole point is to keep people safe. So thank you for that.
Thank you for these updates.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, thank you for the updates. It's nice to get the feedback from the video and to keep it all in, why we make the decision.
Thank you.
And I attended one of the magistrate meeting. In fact, I think the October one, I believe, and both people who were there, all they wanted was an extension on paying the money. That's all they wanted, because they knew that they saw the film and they knew that they were. But you know what, though? I guess, and that's when I found out, it doesn't, well, I guess it doesn't matter who's driving, but the registered owner is the one who's going to get the.
They
fine.
are
Is that
initially
correct?
responsible. However,
Yes.
if they can sign a affidavit saying that they weren't driving, but they have to provide who was driving.
Yeah,
So
okay.
a driver's license and an address and a contact information for that person.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Interesting, interesting.
If you have questions, you can ask Captain Hauser there. Yeah. City Manager?
Okay, thank you. So our last update is going to be presented by our Public Works Director, Billy Groover. Our fiscal year 25-26 street resurfacing program. Just for the benefit of the audience that's here this evening, the topic that's being presented by Mr. Groover is our resurfacing program of city streets. And every year, we program streets based on an objective criteria and a review of streets to be able to pinpoint our priorities, so we're spending money wisely. I want to make sure that the audience understands that this money does not come from your property taxes. This money comes from the first and second local option gas tax that you pay at the pump in Polk County, or anywhere in Polk County, I should say. And so that distribution, that money comes back to us based on a formula. That formula is based upon road mileage and population. So it's independent of property taxes. Property taxes in your city principally fund the police department, a portion of the fire department, and Parks and Recreation, code enforcement, and other general government operations. That's what your tax dollars pay for. Billy?
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, Commissioners, Sean. So this kind of builds off of the TPO presentation. This is just our small little world versus their vast world of transportation projects. So in 2023, 3.29, 2024, 5.76, which was some CRA funding in there. And you see what an extra $500,000 do for you. Last year, 3.5 miles, which was some CRA funding. Wilson ate up a big chunk of money. That was a pretty expansive project. This year, we're proposing 3.63 miles. As you can see, our PCI value has increased since 2022. We're estimating to be at 84 plus this year. And these are based off the 2022 numbers. We don't currently read PCI every single year, but we have something that will do that for us, and you'll see that a little bit later on. We're going to blow this map up for you. So first, you'll see Centennial Boulevard area. It's 8 and 9. Can you zoom in on that 8 and 9 up in the left corner for me? Yeah, that's better. So Centennial and Century, which is in the corporate park area over there.
Oh, yeah.
Since they've done all the development there and the extra traffic and stuff, it's really, really took a toll on that road. So we're going to pave that area. And then Dudley Avenue, we're going to resurface Dudley. And then the big project this year is Hibiscus, De La Bosque, a little cul-de-sac, Soledad, which turns into Clower, all the way to 555. From 555 to
Gaskin?
Gordon area, yeah. We're going to add a 2-foot shoulder there with the additional development that's happened. As the cars pull out, they go off the edge of the road and they're chipping it into the roadway. So that shoulder will prevent that as well. When you get down in the middle school area and Hibiscus, Soledad, we're adding curbing and replacing curbing for the stormwater systems down there. Currently, the stormwater systems are just grates in people's yards, and the water just flows in their yard and then into the stormwater system. We're going to try to channel it to where it's not going onto their property. It's going straight into our stormwater system. Where they come off of Shoemate on the Clower, we're going to add about 1.5 feet right there, move our sidewalk back. As you can see, the school buses drive up into the guy's front yard. So there'll be curbing and a little bit of additional asphalt there. We're going to put a pedestrian sidewalk or a pedestrian walk in there, connect the sidewalks, which doesn't currently exist. Move the stop sign a little bit to give the buses a little bit more radius to make that turn. And then the last little section is Lisa Lane. We will pave in that cul-de-sac as well. Any questions on the map?
It's going to be fun on Clower. Are you doing that during the school year?
We are doing it during the school year, but we are working with the contractors. So they'll come in and do the concrete curbing first, which will be minimal impact. The actual paving, milling and paving will be on Saturday and Sunday, especially in the middle school area. We're going to work with the school board transportation department through the whole process, the middle school principal, high school principal, Summerlin, and Floor Avenue as well, because they'll be impacted. So we're going to stay in close communication with them, probably daily as the project's going on, and give them updates and let them know what's going on to the least amount of impact as we can to them. The problem, if we do it in the summer, it's rainy season,
Oh, yeah.
it creates a mess.
When is the targeted time for that?
We're going to start hopefully with curbing the first week of January, and that should take about 2 weeks, and then we'll go right into milling and paving
Okay, thank you.
following that. So we're hoping the 1st of February we're done. So hopefully 30 days, give or take. That's where we're at right now with the timeline.
Okay, I know that Lori will probably do a good job of putting this out
Right.
there, and we'll share it as much as we can.
We're going to
'cause-
knock on doors, do door hangers,
Good.
social media. Like I said, the school board will be definitely top of our list for constant communication. Here's the current PCI value. This is a little bit misleading because it takes into account the entire road, and it doesn't take into account for utility cuts in the road. Mariposa, for example, has multiple utility cuts in it, but it has a higher PCI value. But we know that road needs to be paved. Same thing, Clower, the amount of potholes that have been patched in there has helped the PCI value, but the road's still in pretty rough shape. All right, now I want to introduce Aaron Rhymes and Noah Butler from RMT, Roadway Management Technologies. This is an AI tool. So over the last year, we have demoed several different companies' AI technology. At APWX, I sat in several AI technology classes for transportation, and we have landed on RMT's technology. So, executive summary, agencies face major headwinds, thin budgets, understaffing, legacy process handicapping agencies, lack of visibility in the health road network. That comes down to we only read our PCI every 5 years. Roadman Tech, which is the RMT's technology, it's intelligence necessary for budget efficiency. They provide hands-on support. It's built to our needs, and it's a complete network visibility in real time. We'll start receiving live data daily. Can y'all see the camera? So we're going to mount that on some of our solid waste vehicles as they touch every single road in the city. Speaking with the city of Winter Haven, who's also using RMT, that's what they've done, and they're very happy with it. City of Lake Wells is also using it. And then you can't really see the mapping on the right-hand side, but we'll have access to their maps. What we'll really be using it for is it backdoors into, as you can see on this slide, our GIS. And our GIS is what Cartograph runs off of, GIS Cartograph. So everything that goes in GIS goes into Cartograph. So we'll be able to run our reports through Cartograph to see what our PCI values are at budget time and say, okay, these roads, we know we've had this many potholes. And the PCI value is this. We've had this many work orders. We've had this many claims for damaged wheels on this road. We'll have all that information now in Cartograph because of this technology. So it's really going to help us make the best decision on what roads we pave moving forward. And as you see, RMT won APWA's Top Tech Award 4 years running. So there's probably 15 different companies there that do this type of work, and none of them are as good as what we've found with RMT. So their platform gives us complete transparency, the efficiency dashboards, support. It's all automated. It's live data. They provide project management to us as well, so we'll give them our contracts of what it costs us to do paving, And as part of their dashboard, we'll be able to see based off PCI value and what the program's recommending exactly what it's going to cost to pave that road as well for budgeting purposes. So this slide here is pretty interesting. So I sat down and said, okay, it's Transmap, what we historically use is $300,000 to $350,000 every 5 years. With their program, it's $180,000 over a 5-year period. That's a tremendous amount of savings in a very tight transportation budget. And we're getting live data instead of using data that's years old, which is a major return on investment. And I'll stand for any questions, and I got the experts when it comes to this stuff. It also does curbing, street signs, and all that stuff as well. We get information back on regulatory signs and street striping. It does it all, and it's going to be live. I don't have to wait on somebody to report it or one of our guys to see it. We're going to get that information automatically through this program in the Cartograph.
All right, is there any questions for Billy?
No, it looks great. Good technology
I love the
and good
creative use
efforts.
of technology and being able to maximize our budget through the technology use. It's brilliant. Thank you.
This is my Napa for transportation.
Okay.
Very good.
Great job, thank
Thank you.
you.
That completes the city manager reports. Good job, Billy. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to give any substantive report tonight. I'll have several updates for you at your next meeting because you do have a long agenda tonight. And Madam Mayor, as we discussed briefly before the meeting, I will assist as we go through with public comment, questions, and other things as we proceed through the agenda.
Thank you. All right, that now brings us to legislative updates. Does anyone have any legislative updates?
Yes, I do. I put in your spot a letter and some talking points. The League of Cities has asked me to come up to testify Thursday at 9 a.m. for the Select Committee on Property Taxes. We had a Zoom with, there's 3 other people that they've invited up, and you know what the topics are, and the letter that you see here is what's going to be sent to the committee as well as our delegation. Pete has seen it, and Mike has seen it, and they've seen it up there, and Connie's seen it. And also, on your place, you have the City of Bartow data packet. The league did this for us, and this is data that will be helpful for you guys in any way, shape, or form. It's part of our city stats. It's very interesting. Part of what we do often is to help educate legislators that have never been in the municipal seat and know that what we do and how we do it. So wanted you to see that. 400 bills have already been filed. I will let you know at the next meeting how it went on Thursday, and that, I believe, is my update.
Thank you. Commissioner Pfeiffer, do you have anything?
Yeah, just want to ask, can the clerk send out the website or the way to listen to that committee meeting?
Yes, that would be the
Please,
Florida
yes.
channel.
I have no idea.
Okay.
So, yeah, send it out to us.
Are you
if
familiar
don't
with it,
mind.
Jackie? Okay, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when again?
It's, they're scheduled from 9 to 1 for this discussion. They've already had 3 meetings. They've had all kinds of experts in, from the school districts to others. And there are 8 bills right now that are, the speaker has released. Different people have sponsored them.
Property tax bills.
For different types of property
Right.
tax relief.
Right.
From 65 and over to, higher home, what is it? Yeah, thank you, homestead. We don't know what's going to end up on the ballot for next year for the people to look at, but what the people, we will be, it does sound great, let's all pay property taxes, but we will have to get that money elsewhere. So I can tell you in our city, there's no fluff or puff. Our manager's been a very good fiscal manager. We're audited every year. There's been no findings of anything inappropriate or everything is streamlined. You may have seen the CFO of the state going around, doging different cities on waste. And, there are some cities that maybe aren't spending the people's money appropriately. I'm not going to say that's not happening, but that's not us. So when it gets down to what the final bill is, please reach out or watch what we will be putting out there as far as information, because things are not always what you think or as easy as you think. So if there's a complete elimination, let's just say of homestead property taxes, we will maybe have to go to trash pickup every other week. I mean, we will have to make cuts in services. So we're not there at that point. Hopefully, we won't get to that point where we have to cut services, including our public safety. And electric is public safety, I just want to say. It's not technically, but it really is. When the power goes out, how patient are we until the power comes back on? Not very patient. So we need the power, and we don't want to have to cut staff in any departments to make up for the losses. So are y'all familiar? Have you heard the governor talking about this? Yeah, okay. So we're working that and trying to do what's in your best interest. And so we will see how that goes. And we can't, we're not in public comment right now, I'm sorry. But that's what I'm doing.
All
Thank you.
right, Commissioner Pfeiffer, will you clarify, is that Thursday or is it tomorrow that you have?
No, that's when I'm sending it.
Okay.
I'm sending that letter tomorrow.
Thursday is when
So
you're-
they'll
okay.
have it, but the meeting is Thursday
Okay.
at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
And you can watch it on the Florida Channel in case you want to.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Thir-
what the clerk is going to send out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
okay. That now brings us to agenda modifications and approval.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Agenda is approved. That now brings us to public comment on agenda items. At this time, the commission will receive comments from the public regarding matters that appear on this agenda that are not otherwise scheduled for a separate public hearing. And the city attorney is also going to give us some guidance on that as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, to the members of the audience, especially those of you who have been attending the planning and zoning meetings, I hope that you will agree with me that our process at planning and zoning, I thought, worked pretty well, where we had presentations and then we had a consolidated public comment period. I felt like we left those meetings with everybody that wanted to speak having their chance to do so. We're trying to be as efficient as we can tonight. Tonight's a little funky because it's first reading. So it's not going to be quite the same as the last planning and zoning meeting where every single thing had a public hearing. Tonight, only certain things have a public hearing. So let me give you a little bit of a roadmap, and then you can govern yourself accordingly as far as when and where you want to speak, if you've come to speak tonight. So when we get into the ordinance section in just a minute, the first item is a police pension item that has nothing to do with Emily at all, of course. We'll take that up, and that will probably go rather quickly. We then have 5 Emily-related matters in a row. For those who are familiar with the agendas that we went through at Planning and Zoning, you may recall that we have an annexation component for the Emily East proposed development. We have a comprehensive plan land use amendment, and then a zoning component. That's all on the east part. We then have a comprehensive plan land use amendment on the west, or the Clear Springs property, and then a zoning piece for that one as well. So you may recall that we had 5 different items. When we did public comment, you talked about anything and everything that you wanted to talk about, depending on what was of most interest to you. The way this will go tonight, items, if you have an agenda, and I know there were a bunch out there, items B, D, and F are simply first readings only. There are no public hearing components of those at all. So that's the proposed annexation of the Emily East, the proposed zoning of Emily East, and the proposed zoning of Emily West. If you came tonight and you really want to talk about one of those things specifically, now would be the time during this public comment on agenda items, if you're dialed in on something specific on those items. When we get to items C and E, those are public hearings, or what we call transmittal hearings on first reading. Mr. Wiegers will probably do a better job than I can explaining what a transmittal hearing is. Again, it's only first reading, and all of this will come back for second reading at a future date. But those two items do require a public hearing. So if you came tonight wanting to speak specifically about the comp plan land use piece, there will be a separate public hearing for each one of those. And because of the way the agenda is structured tonight, rather than do the consolidated comments like we did before, we'll just take those one at a time. And then the last thing in this section of the agenda, for those who were at the last Planning and Zoning meeting, it's a comprehensive plan amendment that's specific to the Clear Springs development and the Clear Springs plan. That had to do with renewable energy and some other related items. So it's not directly Emily related, but that'll come at the end of this next section. So the plan is going to go something like this. If you came tonight and you really, really want to talk about B, D, or F, do that now. Then when we get into the ordinance section of the meeting, we'll knock out that police pension one pretty quick. Then we will go into what many of you may remember was the long part, where Mr. Wiegers will give his presentation. Mr. Allen will give his presentation on behalf of the developer. And then we'll take those items one at a time, some of which have public hearings, and we'll try to make sure we stop at each part. Those of you who were at the last Planning and Zoning meeting may also remember that we took sworn testimony for those public hearings. So we're not going to swear everybody in just yet, but when we get to those public hearing items, we will. So we'll worry about that in a little bit. So for now, backing up to where we are, public comment on agenda items that do not require a public hearing. If you came tonight to speak on anything specifically that's not having a public hearing, now would be the time to do that.
Good evening.
Not yet.
I'm Charlene Bennett, 929 Carlton Avenue, Lake Wales. I'm rising to speak on D, B, D, and F. In opposition, for these reasons, CBD Real Estate, the developer of these projects, buys up large bits of land in several states. Their objective in this one is to sell to national home builders like Lennar and D.R. Horton. The reason they want a national builder is because that builder has the resources to pay them full price up front. What the builder wants in return is a site plan with small lots and minimal restrictions so that they can build their existing cookie-cutter models to maximize profits. The developer comes to municipalities like this, asks for a couple pages of waivers of strict compliance. If successful, he gets his money and disappears, leaving us with undesirable housing that's not consistent with Bartow culture and lifestyle. CBD doesn't live here. They don't care about Polk communities. To get housing consistent with your comp plan preferences, he would have to get a better or a local builder to get creative. But then he wouldn't get his money up front, so it would just trickle in over the years. This is basically land speculation, and municipalities like this become the tools for the speculation. This developer has already bought and sold several properties in Lake Wales and up 27. The most one most similar to Emily is the one that they sold to Lennar in Lake Wales called Hunt Club Groves. Go see it. Notice that everything looks alike. crowded atmosphere, narrow streets with cars parked on them, a few stick-like trees, cars overlapping sidewalks, making it challenging to walkers. See if you can locate a piece of lawn big enough for roots of a decent-sized shade tree. Ask yourself if you'd like to live there. That's what Emily will look like. Even the commissioners who voted for that project in Lake Wales now say they're not pleased with it. Everyone knows that 40 and 50-foot lots are not low density. It's a deception based on gross acreage. The very reason that the county denied this project was that it is too dense. The county denied it twice, I believe. And here's something that you need to know about the national home builders. They have their own in-house mortgage companies and home insurance companies, enabling them to give large discounts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, any additional, anyone who wants to speak at this time? That's not for, that's for the.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Saunders. I live at 5533 Wells Road in Bartow. I've lived here for 20 years at the same location, and I raised my family here. I'm in opposition of this development as well, and I just found out about it. Right now, when I listen to the news every day or get on the computer and look at the news, I'm hearing how people are fleeing Florida. I'm hearing how there's a housing crash. I'm hearing that the median house income, the median house price is so high that the average person that works at a middle income job here can't even afford to purchase a home. I hear how high property taxes are. I hear how homeowners insurance has gotten so high that people are fleeing for all these reasons. I've also heard of people that came down here during COVID, bought into these developments, and now they're underwater or they're going up for foreclosure because the HOAs went up so high, because HOAs are out of control also. And now we're talking about bringing in more HOAs. The economy will not accommodate this at this time. So I'm really hoping to appeal to your common sense and your good judgment, and I'm hoping that you will deny this. Because once the landscaping is destroyed, the beauty and the uniqueness that brought us to Bartow in the first place, I bought here because I wanted to live in a rural community. I don't want to be in city limits. I don't want highways. I want small roads. I want large yards. I want poultry and livestock. That's why people buy here. And once that's destroyed, there's no going back. So I would hope that you would say no to this, and just remember, bigger is not always better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, let's.
Hello. My name is Ashley Lung, 1060 South Oak Avenue, Bartow. And I'm just kind of talking a little bit about, the Emily as a whole. First of all, I want to say the city's doing a great job with the funding, the grants. I really appreciate you guys, the red light cameras. I know people don't love those, but it's a different revenue that comes that, people don't have to get out of their pockets, right? But as a reminder, if somebody said, the Emily Springs, the county has turned down this property opportunity twice. The first time, they came in, Emily Springs had their ideas. The second time, they renegotiated the deal to have different lots and sizes. But I wanted to mention that currently, right now, Bartow High School has over 2,000 students. It's a 22-to-1 ratio for teachers. That's a lot of students. We have one high school, and I know it's a school of choice, but they also give, priority to Bartow high schoolers first, and if it's annexed in the city, that's a lot more students per teacher that we already have, an issue when it comes to the teacher capacity. Secondly, I don't know if many of you remember, I mean, I was born and raised here, but in 2007 in Peace River, there was this whole flooding issue that came, and the city had to buy back 18 homes at $2.8 million. I just don't want our city being left holding the bag, especially since Mike Herr has come in and has done a really great job of getting our city vehicles up from 10 years ago. You know, they were outdated. I mean, we've had vehicles that they were still using the same for city workers. The buildings, the complexes were older and, you know, stick buildings, as I think you called them one time. And we're doing a really great job of improving our city. I'm for growth. I want smart growth, though. I don't want just put a house, bang in the property taxes and, you know, any of the impact fees you can get from it. I want to make sure that beyond the roads, the schools have the opportunity to grow with it. The structures, but more importantly, just making sure that as things tend to flood in that area, the county turned it down twice for the liability. Like the city, I don't think we have the funds to be able to purchase that back should something happen later down the road. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Marcia Davis, 2650 Alturas Road. I've been a resident here in Bartow for over 25 years and in Florida since 1974. Rampant land development is the #1 driver of species decline and habitat loss here in our state. It's estimated that over the last 10 years in Florida, roughly 450,000 acres have been destroyed by development alone. This drives species decline, affecting species like the endangered gopher tortoise, Florida panther, wood stork, snail kite, and nearly 30 other species that are on the brink of extinction right here in our state. Suburban sprawl developments like the proposed Emily Springs adds to Florida's problem of stormwater runoff, which will directly impact the Peace Creek, Peace River, and add to pollution, algae blooms, and localized flooding, as well as wetland destruction. Natural areas soak in rainfall and add to our aquifer. Impermeable structures like roofs and roads cause massive runoff problems, especially during our wet hurricane season. These HOA-run developments typically remove old growth trees and demand perfect manicured lawns which require constant watering to stay perfect, which adds to fertilizer runoff and increased nitrogen levels in our creeks and rivers. These directly impact algae blooms and fish kills, both locally and in our local estuaries. With the addition of over 2,000 more homes, the expectation is over 4,000 more cars on our roads, adding to pollution, traffic, roadkill, and more accidents. These sprawl developments create barriers to wildlife and dead zones where important habitats are permanently lost, causing decline in species that call our area home. The current capacity of Bartow's wastewater facility is 5.3 million gallons per day. The addition of 2,000 homes would add an estimated 800,000 gallons of wastewater per day to an already stressed facility. This facility had to be protected by sandbags during multiple hurricanes, one of which caused human waste to float around in several neighborhoods nearby and into the Peace River. Freshwater usage could exceed 400 plus gallons per home per day, putting big strains on freshwater systems. We see what constant overdevelopment has done to our once beautiful, pristine ecosystem and the unique animals who call Central Florida home. And we simply cannot continue this paradigm of constant growth. It is destroying our way of life and that of the delicate balance of wildlife who call this place home as well. Enough is enough is enough. Thank you.
All right, next, please.
Hello, Christine Koskowski, 605 South Wilson Avenue. You know, I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but I look at the vision on the wall that says Bartow 2025 is an attractive, livable city that has a historic hometown feeling. That's what we want to retain. I don't want it to change in 2 months and say Bartow 2026 is a city full of crappy little houses on tiny little lots with way too many cars on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Colleen Williams, and I live on Gerber Dairy Road in Winter Haven. I I'm not here to talk bad about anybody, but I'm here to talk about the land itself. From 2013 to 2024, the property owner behind us and trucking company had a permit to dump biosolids, which is sewage, and septic trucks would come in daily and spray their sewage trucks all over the ground. Peace Creek used to be turquoise blue because of the piles of biosolids just running off into the Peace Creek. I just can't imagine building homes on this land and having thousands of unsuspecting families living on this land, and they're living on a dump site. I don't know how that could be approved, how you would even want to approve it, knowing that it's going to get people sick. They can say the land is clean, but they're called forever chemicals because it takes decades to leave the soil, if at all. And I know some of you want this development. I know some of you are pushing for it, but in the long run, I don't think it's worth it. Find somewhere else to build homes. It's just the land, it'll make people sick. And please just don't do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Rhett Corbett. I live at 1325 South Floral Avenue. I've been a resident of the state all 30 years of my life. Bartow for 28 years. I've seen this city grow. I've seen this city small. I thought it was ironic that they had the Highway 60 Scenic Highway guys here today. And then we're up here for a discussion about building thousands of homes right there on that scenic highway. So they're going to come through, and they're going to go through Brandon. They're going to see all the sprawl of Brandon. What a beautiful city that is. They're going to go to little old Plant City, see the strawberry fields, and they're going to get into Bartow and see gray and beige dystopian Soviet-style housing. And it's ridiculous that we have to get up here and listen to these guys in suits sitting here and laughing at the people that are going to be affected while their wallets get fatter. And the people that are here speaking and have emotions and love this city are the ones that have to suffer. And I'm looking these guys in the eyes, and I see the smirks, and I see everybody looking up here, and I know who's a resident and I know who's not. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I drive down the road. It affects me. It's good for my business. I'm in roofing. This would be great, but I'm tired of it. It's time to put the money aside and listen to reason. And this is not reasonable. 38% of houses in Cape Coral right now sit unoccupied. This is a race to the bottom. It is. And it's at a cost of you and everybody in this town. And it's getting ridiculous. And we're having to come up here and have to fight for our city and fight for the residents in the city. It's unreasonable. And I'm not a good public speaker. I'm shaking up here because I'm so freaking nervous. But I'm tired. And it's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
It is. I'm not done. So the average homeowner in the state of Florida is 48 years old. I'm 30 years old. I just purchased my house 2 years ago. That's an accomplishment at 28 years old. These houses that they're building here, do you think they're going to be affordable houses? Listen, I work for a home builder. I've done it before. It is the cheapest labor, the cheapest subcontractors, done the cheapest way possible. It is a race to the bottom. I remember speaking to inspectors going, hey man, if you could just slide this by, we'll hook you up on the back end. You don't think that's going to go on? Have you seen some of these new build houses nowadays? Go down Main Street and look at all these beautiful houses. The city of Oaks and Azaleas is now going to be the city of concrete and stucco. How beautiful. Let's talk about that. Let's change it from city of Oaks and Azaleas to concrete and stucco. Let's pave it all while we're at it. You know what? I'm done.
Thank you. Next. All right, guys, I know you're passionate about, we do have to keep it down. We are recording, so we do need to make sure we can hear the recording for the clerk.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, and I should have said this earlier, a couple things. We do have a court reporter here tonight.
Yes.
So to your point about the noise, and I just did it, and I apologize, I spoke over you. So court reporter's already mad at me, and I should know better. But as a reminder, and again, those of you who were at the last P and Z meeting, remember my comments about trying to make sure that you speak clearly, speak into the microphone, and try not to talk over each other so that the court reporter can take everything down. And just as a reminder to those that are still waiting to speak, we are at the general comment on non-public hearing items, so annexation and zoning is what we ought to be talking about, or anything else that's not for a public hearing.
Okay,
But
thank
to the
you.
best you can.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Harvey Allen Pravat. For the record, and I live at 7000 State Road 60 East, Bartow, Florida. For the record, I'm in complete agreement with the former speakers. Water, sewage, roads, schools, the entire infrastructure can't handle what is being proposed. Commissioners, if you would, join me in my time machine and let me jettison back to 2021. In February of that year, I personally met with David Warnaker, David Salinitro, and Dale Albritton. Dale owns the 369 acres where the proposed homes will be built for Emily East. I own land adjacent to Mr. Albritton, which was also being considered for this development. In that meeting, we discussed the building of 800 to 1,000 homes, fewer than is what now proposed. The project moved forward without my participation. It was later turned down by both County Planning and Zoning and the County Commission. The $2 million bridge that was to be built as the main entrance would have been routed 9,069 vehicle trips per day within 75 feet of my bedroom. These numbers come directly from the Department of Transportation. Emily Springs is now planning to have 3 entrances, which will result in only 3,023 vehicle trips, destroying our way of life. Originally, there was to be a block wall and berm at my property line to muffle the noise. Now that I am no longer a participant, that wall and berm has disappeared from the new proposal. David Salinitro has called me twice within the last 6 weeks to invite me to join their team. People talk about preparations being made concerning water. If you haven't dealt with water personally, you don't have a clue. In 2006, Swift Mud and the county built a span bridge on my property to allow for greater water flow. 3 bodies of water converge to flow under that $1 million bridge. Peace Creek cuts my property in half. And in September 2022, thanks to Hurricane Ian, the creek breached. The $1 million bridge was now totally submerged underwater. Within 100 feet of my home, the water was at a depth of 4 feet. Compatible to the area? Not exactly. I am zone ARR, 1 home per 5 acres. Let them build to those standards. David, you developed a portion of Bomber Road and sold it to Lenore for $18 million. Orlando's calling. Take your profits and go home.
Thank you. Come on up, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. This is my first time at a commission meeting or speaking. My name is Magdalene Dupre. I'm a graduate of Bartow High School, but I don't live in Bartow. I live in Lakeland 33801. There was an amazing presentation about that historic Route 60, and I personally want to address the future of tourism in Bartow. I went away for college and I would tell people where I came from, and the only people that ever knew this town, that ever knew Bartow, were truckers. And it was just a nice place to drive through. That was all. It wasn't a nice place to stop. It was a nice place to maybe stop and sleep, but certainly not for them, a place to explore. I would sometimes meet people older than me that told me they were from a little falling apart town in Bartow, in Polk County you want to escape. And I would say, oh my goodness, I graduated from Bartow High School. Is that near your town? And on multiple occasions, people said, oh my goodness, that was my town. That was Bartow. People are still escaping there. So what I'm urging you is to think about, with the terrible toll road projects going around the state, wild Florida, old Florida is rapidly disappearing. If we hold on to our wild lands, to our green spaces, this can become a tourist attraction because we don't have beaches. We have old phosphate mines. That is not interesting to stop on a road trip. Who wants to be on that historic Route 60? And they're going to be at beautiful, the beaches on Cocoa Beach in Melbourne. They're going to drive through some of the nice lands. They're going to be, Lake Wales has Bok Tower. Then they're going to come to Bartow and Mulberry. They're going to feel like, oh my gosh, we're driving through the armpit of Central Florida. But we can change that. We can make it somewhere where people go on hikes, people come to sightsee, people come to do interpretive walks, see maybe not endangered species, but for us, we have a lot of wildlife that is exotic to non-Floridians. We don't have the happening scene like St. Petersburg, and we're probably not going to have it. But nobody ever stopped on a road trip to go check out rows and rows of boring homes. Beautiful homes, yes. Historic homes. Maybe little but very interesting, funky homes, but not the cookie-cutter homes.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Becky Niles again, 845 South Oakwood Loop in Bartow. I'm talking about the rezoning of that property into this land development. I did some research, looked at the medium pay that people in our area do, and it's approximately $66,944. In Polk County, it's $63,644. In the non-metropolitan Florida is $45,261. I say that to say that when you're doing the math and trying to afford these homes and these developments, that's not going to happen. I've read something about market rate housing versus affordable housing. What's happening seems to be gentrification. What that is, well, it says as housing prices climb faster than income levels in the vast majority of areas, with property tax and rent increasing beyond the means of area residents. We already know that's happening. It's been known to lead to gentrification in many urban areas throughout the country. Gentrification is the process of a lower-class urban area that is changed by wealthier people who move in, driving up prices, changing amenities, and pulling in new businesses, which leads to many current and long-term inhabitants of the neighborhood winding up displaced. According to the census data, over a 50-year period, home prices in the United States have climbed 118%, while household income has risen just 15%. So, that says investing in affordable housing will create support within communities. It will lead to more money being spent within the community, fewer evictions, a healthier local population and economy, more local job opportunities, improved government infrastructure, and an investment in area's future. If you look around at these prices on these homes, there is no way most of us can afford them. And that is supposed to be for what is our area. So in my opinion, that is nothing more than gentrification.
Thank you. Next, please.
I've never gotten or spoke either. I'm about to cry. My name is Paula Davis. I live at 1030 South Wilson Avenue. Lived here a long time. Anyway, so I didn't really know much about this Emily thing, so I said, I'm going to Google it, and I'm going to find out. What is this thing? I Googled, and I said, is this in a wildlife corridor? Because I'm into plants and animals. I raise butterflies, love pollinators. And it says on Google that the proposed development, Emily East, is in an important wildlife corridor. It's an important migration area. The location is part of the green thread in Polk County that connects several wildlife habitats. So my question is, where are these critters going to go? I was in Orlando not too long ago for a garage sale in Disney's big development celebration. And in downtown Disney is a herd of deers. And why are they there in this celebration? Because there's no place in Orlando for them to go. They're living in Celebration, the deers. I really don't want deers in downtown Bartow. But anyway, then I Googled a little bit more, and I said, is this in a flood zone? Oh, yes. It's specifically in the Peace Creek floodway. I have been down Highway 60 and seen water as far as your eye can see. Anybody here ever hear of Kissingen Springs? The water in the aquifers and this stuff is important. We can't get it back once it's gone. And I just wanted to make one other little comment. I was told quite a little while back, I was talking to somebody in the know, and this is what I was told then. This person in the know says that there's nothing that the city can do. It's going to be out of their hands because the developers have bigger pockets. They won't be able to fight because they'll be sued. And I just want to say, fight anyway. Right now, I read there are 22 cities in Florida that are banding together. Let's be number 23. Let's join. Let's say, okay, you want to sue? We'll countersue, class action, stall them in court. Maybe we can slow it down enough for some legislation to come through that says, no, not wildlife corridors. No, they're exempt. You can't do it. No, not flood zones. Let's get some common sense and let's try to fight back and just don't say, well, they've got the bigger pockets, nothing we can do. Maybe they'll go back up north.
Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Hi, my name is Warren Skipper. I live at 2535 Gerber Dairy Road, and I'm retired. And the reason that's important is because my whole career, working life, I had to live in major metropolitan areas, big cities. When we retired, we wanted to get away from all of that. So we got lucky. I mean, damn lucky. We ended up where we are now. It's a great place. We have wonderful neighbors. We come shopping in Bartow all the time. This is a great city with great people. The quality of life here is wonderful. And I know, we've been around lots of different cities. This is great. My problem with this development is we're slowly destroying that way of life. I see it every day. We're getting more and more homes. They're popping up like mushrooms all around us. So if we're going to keep this quality of life, we have to start thinking about what we're doing. All of this development. It can't go on, or we'll end up being like in Orlando again. And I don't think my neighbors, I know I don't, want that. I'm trying to get away from that. We don't need it here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Susan Pravat. I live at 7000 State Road 60 East. I know that most of you are long-time residents because I taught at least two of you. We have a unique place here, and I see this annexation as the key to defeating this whole deal. We've heard about the flood instances. We've heard about the damage to the aquifer. We've heard about the endangered species that are there. And just tonight, we were talking about the possibility of property tax going away and the impact that that would have on Bartow, how some services may have to be cut to make up for that. We've recently annexed the airport, so our city limits are expanding. The area that our fire and police protection has to cover is expanding. And here we're looking at more additional land, which would become Emily East, expanding the city limits. Let's don't do that. That's not a smart move. Okay, we've also talked about when Attorney Parker was recognizing our two small businesses, he used the term unique character and hometown pride. Bartow is unique. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep the character that we have. Let's keep the character that many of us grew up with here. Let's keep that hometown pride. The developers don't have a sense of that. They don't know what Bartowans know. They see the money, they come in, they do their thing and leave. They build these houses that could be full of tourists, could be VRBO rentals. Those people are not going to have the vested interest in Bartow that her citizens have. They're not going to be here to contribute to the way of life that we have. We don't need those. We don't want to be the foreclosure capital of Polk County. With all the subdivisions that are being built now down E.F. Griffin Road, Highway 17, Ernest Smith Boulevard, all those, we have plenty of places to live. And as I stated to planning and zoning, if people that are in our neighborhood or coming to our area don't want to live in one of those, they're not going to be happy in Emily Springs either, because it's going to be a complete, type of thing that we already have plenty of. Thank you for listening. Use your common sense, ladies. I know you have it. And gentlemen, I know
Thank
you
you.
have it.
Come on up, sir.
Good evening. My name's Kenneth Meeks. I live at 175 Cecile Court here in Bartow. And I just to start with, I want to thank all you commissioners, mayor, and city manager for your hard work and dedication. I know this is a tough job, and it's hard to make everyone happy. And I don't want to stand up here and, say, we got to stop everything. We can't have growth in Bartow. I know, but things are going to grow. But we just need to do it in a smart way, for the future, but also for our longtime Bartow residents. I've been a resident in this Bartow town for 72 years. I know most of you guys on the commission here, and y'all are all good Bartow people too. Love all of y'all. But I stand here, like I say, as a Bartow long life resident, and I respectfully request the commission and ask them. Well, first of all, I'd like to ask to get back in Attorney Parker's format about the annexation. Well, what if, just something to think about, if Bartow annexed this property in but denied this development, would that be a smart move to give us time to think about if and when this could be developed in a more appropriate and better way, and that way Bartow would have control over it, so maybe Winter Haven or Lake Wales couldn't come in later and lap it up and then do the same thing to us from the other side? Just something to consider, the annexation part of it. But, I respectfully request that y'all do deny this development, and because, it's already been mentioned, the county has already denied it twice. The Bartow Planning and Zoning Board has recommended denial. And, I fully realize that growth is going to happen, but I feel we need to slow things down a little bit and have, we have plenty of development going already. Look at all the already developed lots that are unbuilt on, the houses that are unoccupied, and, I think we're just getting the cart ahead of the horse, and we need to slow things down a little bit. This project, in my opinion, is in the worst of locations. It's already been mentioned, it's a beautiful wildlife corridor and a natural floodplain. I've lived here all my life. I worked in dirt all my life, and I know how that ground out there can be soggy. And at one of the other meetings, I asked how many people had had their houses flooded. Many of them held up their hands. But I can fully understand the property owner's rights, that they have the right to, to do what they want to with their property. But then, by the same token, we need to watch out for the city of Bartow and the people that live around there now. And But I just wanted to mention, about property taxes. Can I go just a little bit longer, or am I done?
No, sir, I
Okay.
can't let you go any further. Thank
Okay.
you.
But anyway, thank you all very much. But property taxes and infrastructure is a big thing to
There'll
consider.
be other opportunities for public hearing if it relates to one of those items.
Thank you.
Sir, come on up.
I'm Melvin Blackford, Bartow native. When I come out of the Army in '71, I moved to Connersville for the peace and quiet. Since I've been out there in '71, we've had 6 developments built around me. We have 2 ongoing right now on Gandy Cemetery. I don't know how many more houses they can pack on that one little old road. My house is on the far east side of Connersville. This property we're talking about ties into right where I live. I've been there since '71. You can imagine how many hurricanes I've been through out there. How much water I have seen out there. The houses down on Deach Road flooded down through there. The development over there, R.W. Summers, where they flooded 11 houses, I believe it was 3 times, and the county had to buy them. Y'all are looking at the same situation. I don't believe this city can afford this development when it floods from one of these big hurricanes, and it's going to come back on you for approving the development out there. Can y'all afford it? I know you can't. I saw what those 11 houses cost, just 11, and they're half a mile from me, by the way. And we know that's a beautiful green belt out there. Like I say, I've seen it all these years. I see all the wildlife that's out there. We don't need to lose that. We don't need to see that wildlife disappear. And we know right the other day, somebody was telling me, we had a 6-point buck down here by Publix in the city limits. And they're, it's happening. They're being pushed in. They're running out of room. Leave that property alone for the wildlife. And don't put a house out there in the flood zone. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
My name's Mike Hancock. I live at 3520 East Gaskins Road. Been a resident here for 55 years. Former firefighter for Bartow, had 28 years. I've worked many of hurricanes and been waist deep riding a boat, going out and saving people in that section of Deatsville. You want to get a good look at it when the summertime comes or a hurricane hits, go to the college, go on top of the berm and look at all the water. If you look at the hydrology, and I'm not based on I don't have a degree or nothing, but if you look at the hydrology of something, if a table slants on one side, that's where the water's going. If you put all that dirt that's gonna have to be put down for these houses, Gaskins Branch that comes behind the airport, and all the people at Deatsville, all that water's gonna funnel down. It's coming. They're not gonna be able to stop Gaskins Branch. They're not gonna be able to put enough flow or pipes to stop it. You're gonna get back up from the airport. Gordonville's gonna get backed up. It's gonna run, and you're not gonna be able to stop the water. Highway 60, I've seen it around where the curbs are, almost across the road because it's been so full. The electric department flew helicopters to drop poles in because there's so much peat muck out there in the bottom of that area. So it's a bad decision for the city. It's gonna cost you money. It may not be tomorrow, and it may not be the next day or the next year. It's gonna cost you. You're gonna pay for it in the long run, watch.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Mascagni. I live at 1526 Barnhorst Road, which is directly across from the 360 acres that they're talking about. I've lived there since 1988, and it's rural, and that's the reason I like it. It's very quaint, and I like Bartow because of its quaintness. But my one question I'd like to know is, the only reason I knew about this was just word of mouth. None of my neighbors got any notification. So my thought was, why didn't they just send out a survey to everybody this is going to affect and question, do you oppose this or not? That's my only question. Just ask us, do you want this or not? Period. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Sir, come on up.
Darrell Phillips, 2635 Gerberdary Road. My property actually borders this property that they're talking about building on. My personal opinion, I was a little late to the party tonight, but anyways, I think you need to stop it right tonight. Just stop this altogether, not go no further. This is the last meeting, be done with it. They've already dumped biohazard material out into this land, and like everybody's brought up, that when you look out across from my property up to that property, it looks like a lake out there when the water's out there. It's flooded. The city, when the power company comes out there to put power poles up, they have to use several bags of concrete just to make the poles stand up. And we're talking, these bags are $200 a bag. It's not regular concrete. It's ridiculous. If the county's done turned this down several times, your own planning board told you it's no good, so just follow their recommendation and squash it tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make, okay.
Good evening. Tom Palmer, 1805 26th Street, Northwest Winter Haven. I'm Chair of Ancient Island Sierra. I had a couple of general comments. One is I was kind of curious how this would affect the restoration of the Peace Creek downstream and the Wilson Ranch if it were to go ahead. And second, I drove out on Gerberdary Road over the weekend just to see what it looked like. And I think some of you know me. I'm retired from the Ledger. I covered planning and zoning for more than 40 years. And I have a hard time persuading anyone that this proposed development is compatible with what's on Gerberdary Road, especially near this development. I just don't see it. And I know things have changed. I've lived in Florida 78 years, grew up on the other side of Orlando, been here 50 years, and it's changed quite a bit and not always for the better. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, come on up.
My name is Brad Clark, 1623 Old Eagle Lake Road, Bartow, Florida. Sorry I wasn't prepared tonight. I guess I didn't get the algorithm on Facebook. I just want to extend my gratitude for being able to speak in front of all of you tonight. Also want to give a huge shout out to all my fellow citizens that came out and showed that we are totally against this development. Y'all did a great job. A lot of people are spending time away from homes tonight. I myself am spending time away from my 3-month-old daughter to come and speak out against this development. And I just want to say, guys, y'all are heard. All right? We hear you. And I hope y'all hear us too. And, I hope you look at the best interest of all these people out here, the best interest of all the people that have showed up week in and week out, time and time again, dedicating their time, dedicating their efforts and energy, Googling, doing their research. Again, I could repeat all the things that these people have said to say, hey, this is not a good idea. Every person I speak to on the streets in Bartow are totally against this. County's denied it. Guys, just hear us, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public comment and move on to the agenda of item of hearings and first and second readings and public hearings. Item A.
Thank Thank you, Madam Mayor. Your first item in this section tonight is public hearing and final reading of ordinance 2025-10. This is an ordinance of the City of Bartow amending the City of Bartow Municipal Police Officers Retirement Trust Fund as previously restated by ordinance number 2010-09 and as later amended by ordinances 2013-09, 2020-12, and 2024-30 respectively, amending Section 26, Deferred Retirement Option Plan, by amending 2C thereof, by extending the term of participation in the drop from 60 months to 96 months, providing for codification, providing for severability of provisions, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
Move adoption.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Do we have any additional,
Commissioners, just as a reminder from the last meeting, the primary purpose here is to extend the drop that's
Okay.
available to the police officers. And just a reminder, you do need to conduct a public hearing.
It doesn't say that. Okay.
Does it not?
We are now going to open the public hearing for ordinance 2025-10. Does anyone have anything to say about that item? That's item number 10A on the agenda. Seeing none, we will close the public comment and go to a roll call.
Commissioner Ball.
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth.
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Tucker.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your next item is item 10B. This is first reading and consideration of ordinance 2025-17. This is an ordinance annexing upon the petition thereof, or on the petition of the owners thereof, approximately 369.3 acres of property located on the north side of Highway 60 East, south side of Gerber Dairy Road, and 3,600 feet west of Rifle Range Road in sections 29 through 32, Township 29 South, Range 26 East, Polk County, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date upon final passage.
Move adoption.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, Bob.
And Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I probably jumped the gun there a little bit, but this will be the time that you'll hear a presentation from Mr. Wiegers, I think on all of the next 5 items.
Okay.
And let Bob take it from there.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Bob Wiegers, Planning Director for the City of Bartow. Tonight, we have five ordinances to deal with a project called Emily. These 5 are broken into two projects, really, Emily East and Emily West. The first item that you're looking at tonight as far as Emily East is the annexation of approximately 369.3 acres of property. The property, as mentioned by Mr. Parker, is owned by Smith Gerber LLC and is located on the north side of Highway 60, south side of Gerber Dairy Road, and 3,600 feet west of Rifle Range Road. On the screens in front of you, as well as in the agenda package before you, Emily East is the project over here to the right side of the map. So that is the 369 acres that you are being asked to consider for annexation tonight. You can see it makes the connection point down here to Highway 60. The annexation itself, as reviewed by city staff, we believed that it was an appropriate annexation. Is well integrated into the city's utility system as far as the provision of water, sewer, and electricity. This is a map that I prepared for the hearings that actually shows Emily East. The green line that you see is the city's utility service territory for electricity. So this property is fully inside of that territorial limit. So it is or would become an electric customer of the City of Bartow. The blue line that's over here represents what we call the Chapter 180 water and wastewater service area. While that 180 boundary is really intended to protect our territory from others, other utility providers, it doesn't preclude us from annexing outside of it. Once we do annex outside of it, assuming we annex outside of it, the land becomes part of the city of Bartow, and it's automatically included into our service territory. So for that reason, the electric and the potable water and sewer facilities would be of a benefit to the city of Bartow. It would also become a customer of the city's solid waste department for services if it was annexed. From an emergency response standpoint, it would be served by the city for law enforcement and fire protection. Both agencies, as you know, do have to plan for this type of growth as we go into the future. And you'll hear me speak a little bit more about the timing of the development a little bit later in my presentation. But both of those departments would be tasked with budgeting and planning for that for approval by the City Commission in subsequent years. From the initial standpoint of public notice, we did provide public notice of the annexation. We notified approximately 42 property owners within our 500-foot notification radius. Staff did believe, as I mentioned, that it's consistent with the city's annexation strategy. We also believe that it's consistent with Florida statutes as it relates to Chapter 171.044. The test behind that statute is that it's contiguous with the current municipal boundary, is reasonably compact, and no part of the area is located within the boundary of another incorporated municipality. As you know, there are accompanying land use and zoning applications that come along with this. The Development Review Committee staff did recommend approval of this application to the Planning and Zoning Commission at its meeting of October 27th. At that meeting, the Planning Commission conducted its public hearings and actually was unable to forward a recommendation to you based on a 2-2 tie vote. So this annexation comes to you with no recommendation from the Planning Commission. The other parts of the project, and this is where I'm really going to try to move through this in a expedient manner. And I know everybody's heard me say that before, but I am really going to try tonight. There's 4 items after the annexation, and I see Commissioner Longworth up there doubting my word on this, but I'm really going to try. The other 4 items involving the comprehensive plan land use for Emily East and Emily West, as well as the zoning for Emily East and Emily West. A lot of the information that's in my staff report is very repetitive because these projects, obviously, for the land use and the zoning on each side do correspond with the same type of information. So you'll see a lot of repetitive stuff in there. And that's what I'm going to try to avoid. Before I go there, though, I'd like to just talk briefly about the land use itself. From the comprehensive plan amendment land use process, what we're dealing with tonight are what we call large-scale comprehensive plan amendments. These are amendments that aren't just quick and easy like you hear me talk about when we say small-scale amendments. We don't just go rapidly adopt the ordinance or take action on the ordinance on first reading tonight and second reading 2 weeks from now. What will happen on both of these amendments for the comprehensive plan, both for Emily East and Emily West, is assuming that you vote to transmit these amendments tonight, or assuming you vote on first reading to approve it on first reading and transmit the amendment, the transmittal will actually be sent up to the Department of Commerce, Florida Commerce Division of Community Planning, and it will undergo what's called a 60-day review period. The process will differ between East and West because of some of the technicality of Emily West. Because it's part of the Clear Springs Sector Plan, it actually has to go through what's called a coordinated state review. The Emily East project would go through an expedited review. It doesn't mean that the timeline is different. It just means the way that it's processed at the state is different. So on an expedited item such as Emily East, it goes to the state. We also send copies to all of the jurisdictional agencies. everybody responds directly to the city of Bartow. So that's what means it's expedited review. It's just, it doesn't get funneled back through the Florida Commerce. On a coordinated state review like Emily West, what happens is everything gets sent by the city to all the state agencies, talking about DOT, DEP, SWIFMUD, Department of Education, Department of State, Historical Resources, as well as Polk County Government and the Central Florida Regional Planning Council. We send that out. All of the agencies are then responsible for directing their comments back to Florida Commerce for their overall state review. So instead of the information flowing directly back to the city, it actually goes to Florida Commerce, and then they direct the comments back to the city of Bartow. What does that mean? At the end of the day, might not mean nothing. At the end of the day, it might also mean that there's state agencies that have issues under their statutory authority that they want everybody else to know about as far as it relates to a statewide interest. So that's why it's a little bit more coordinated. And again, it's coordinated because it's part of the Clear Springs Sector Plan. That was the triggering factor with that. As you know, the zoning matters that you typically deal with on first reading, of course, those are all dependent upon the comprehensive plan amendments moving through. So at tonight's hearing, you're actually looking at those on a first reading basis. What'll happen with not only the annexation but also the zoning is that assuming everything moves forward, these three items, the annexation and the two zoning items, would not be scheduled for a second reading until such time that the comprehensive plan amendments cleared their hurdles through the state of Florida Commerce. I expect those probably would come back to you at your first meeting of February. A lot of it depends on how quickly we get the amendments transmitted. It also depends on how quickly they review them. The Florida Commerce or the state staff reviews them and lets us know that everything is sufficient for review. So while I sit here and say that it's most likely the first reading of February, it very well could be the second reading of February. I don't really have any doubt in my mind that it's not going to be in December and it's not going to be in January, because the dates just don't work, because it's a 60-day process, and my experience says that they take pretty much every day they have under statute to do it. So I really, again, wouldn't envision any of this coming back before you, assuming that it would before the February timeframe. On to the topic at hand then, just real quickly, what I wanted to do is show you just kind of a context of where this project fits into the city of Bartow. You'll see on this map, this is our future land use map. The bright yellow areas over here, kind of in the middle to the right side of the screen, those are Emily East, Emily West. You can see Emily West is part of the Clear Springs development. It sits north of Peace Creek, sits north of the Clear Springs Corporate Park on the eastern side of the city. Most of the other development that you would see in this area typically would belong to future Clear Springs development. We have realized a number of different smaller residential developments out in that part of the county or part of the city that we've annexed into the city and currently serve municipal services to. As far as it relates to Clear Springs, just a little bit more directly, this is an exhibit from the Clear Springs Detailed Specific Area Plan Number 1, which shows that the area that we are dealing with is, and you really, I guess it doesn't show it very clearly, but what it would show if you could see through my layers is that the area of Clear Springs that we're dealing with is actually right now designated for planned industrial development. So it's a Clear Springs planned industrial development. Again, north of the Peace Creek, north of the Clear Springs Corporate Park. Other areas, again, surrounding that are part of Clear Springs are designated for Clear Springs residential, as well as a Clear Springs Town Center designation and some other smaller commercial areas that are intermixed throughout the project. My maps also show the alignment of the Polk Parkway Extension Phase 2 that extends from Highway 17 down to Highway 60. From the perspective of the future land use map, this is probably would have been a better map a few seconds ago. You'll see that the existing land use that's there, again, on the Clear Springs property is Clear Springs Industrial. It's that grayish area with the blue stripes through it. The green area to the bottom is Clear Springs Conservation, and then down in the corporate park itself is the lighter purplish color that stands for Clear Springs Research and Office. The area of Emily East is over here again. It's currently designated an RL1X under the county's comprehensive plan. That is a designation that carries a couple different meanings. From a base density standpoint, it talks about 1 unit per acre if you're looking at it just from a standard context. There are provisions in the county's comprehensive plan that allows the RL1X to go through a process that would actually enable it to achieve a higher density upwards of 5 units per acre. And that's the item in my staff reports that I do try to make a difference with. Other areas around are the ARRX, especially over to the east side of Emily and to the north of Emily East. To the north of the Clear Springs side of the Emily West project, you do have the Bartow Air Base, which is designated the BPC, Business Park Center 2. And then you have other areas to the south that are part of Clear Springs. To the east, you have the city, back to the west, you have the city solar field, which is Clear Springs Industrial. The proposed change looks like this. The Clear Springs land use would become Clear Springs Residential, would be that brighter orange color with the blue stripe through it, as well as a low-density designation on the Emily East property. From a zoning standpoint, obviously the properties right now are not currently zoned, so you don't see a color on them. Neither east or west contain a zoning category right now as far as the city's zoning classification system. If the action were to go through as part of the PD zoning, you'd see both pieces zoned for PD plan development. The changing screens real quick, and I can always pop back on that if you'd like. The land use plans are also part of your maps that you had. If I can get my view to work. I don't know why, sorry. Whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This man about.
Don't want to share with others.
No.
Thank you. You got it. So from an Emily East project, the plan development zoning is, and you see a copy of it in your staff reports as well as on the screen ahead of you. It talks about the overall project notes, the project narrative over on the left-hand side. It talks about the types of uses that are permitted, the other types of uses that are permitted, internal roadway alignments being conceptual based on further design considerations. External access points be subject to Polk County FDOT requirements. Talks about landscaping and site buffering. Over here on the right-hand side, both plans talk about the entitlement summary as far as the number of units that are proposed. In this case, Emily East is 1,094, and Emily West is, I believe, 1,125. I'm probably a little bit off on that, for a total of 2,245 units. The second page of the PD plans show the internal spine road that would connect down to State Road 60 and extend up through the site and extend over into the Emily West. The third page really is just the legal description as well as the aerial overview. And then the fourth page is the contextual plan that shows the types of lots that are being proposed as far as what the locations are for the different size lots. Back on page 1, under the lot development standards down here on the bottom right, are the definitions or the meanings of what each of those areas would be. And you can see where they have 6 different development areas within Emily East, lot sizes ranging from 40 to 60 foot wide, and I believe it was 4,400 square feet to 6,600 square feet in size. It also includes setback information. So the Emily West plan shows the same thing. Again, the same layout, same general layout of the PD plans. They were both prepared by the planning firm Stantec, with the project notes on the left, the entitlement summary on the right, the lot development standards down on the bottom right. In the case of Emily West, they have 6 different development area types with lot sizes ranging from 40 foot wide to 60 foot wide, approximately 4,400 square feet in size, up to about 7,200 square feet in size. The second sheet again shows kind of the bubble layout of the plan. You can see, I think one important thing to keep in mind is that when we're talking about the boundary with the Peace Creek, I generally refer to the area south of Emily West as the Clear Springs Bowl, because this is a large area of flooded lands, especially when it's raining. This project is not part of that area and generally exists above a designated line that, while it does still include, Emily West does still include some of the floodplain areas that are out there that are mapped by FEMA. They would come in and do future floodplain studies, not only for Emily West and Emily East, to determine what areas of the plan could actually be brought out of the flood zone based on their engineering work that they would be proceeding with. If they're going to amend the floodplain, they have to go through that process through FEMA, as well as possibly through the South Florida Water Management District. And again, this is the overall site plan for Emily West. My staff reports are on record with the city clerk's office, so I don't really want to bore you with reading a lot of stuff out of there. I would call your attention to the areas. I think it starts on page 4, where we talk a little bit about the environmental considerations. There have been environmental studies performed by the applicant on both projects. They were done by Stillwater Environmental, Inc., and I believe that we do have representatives from Stillwater here tonight that most likely will be available for presentation. The surface water and wetlands are also part of the study that was done by Stantec regarding the suitability of the site. It identified the soils associated with each one of the sites and talked a little bit about the need for further engineering studies. A threatened and endangered animal species study was done again by Stillwater. They identified that there are no eagle nests on either one of these sites. They talked about the negative habitat for sand skinks and blue-tailed mole skinks, and they submitted a clearance letter with their information. One of the sites does have gopher tortoises located on it. I believe that's Emily West. The other side, Emily East, they did not identify any occupied burrows. They would have to continue to monitor that, and if they noticed that there were gopher tortoises there during future engineering review processes or development processes, they would have to stop and address those as well. From a transportation and access standpoint, again, this is one unified project when you really think about it. And I can go back to that map that shows it, but the The points of access to this project will be from State Road 60 with two crossings of the creek. The first one to the east through Emily East would come up and go to the northwest. The one from the west side would actually come up, and you can kind of see it on this map, would actually come up off of Enterprise Boulevard out of the corporate park and extend up across the creek and come up and provide access to Emily West. So you'd really end up with a horseshoe type, a spine road that would connect in two different points to State Road 60. It would also include a point of connection in the future to Gaskin Road. There has been a rather lengthy and voluminous traffic study process going on. The City of Bartow has participated in that along with our consultants, staff from the Central Florida Regional Planning Council. It also included the Florida Department of Transportation district offices, Polk County Engineering, and the Polk County Transportation Planning Organization. At the back of each staff report, there is a kind of an executive summary of the conclusions of the study, and they're really like the last 4 pages of each one of your staff reports, and that information repeats over and over again, because again, this project was reviewed as one total project, not as 2 individual projects. So what you'll see based on the conclusions performed, and again, this has been a study that's been going on for about the past year. It's not even yet complete. I think the Department of Transportation is currently trying to finish up its review. There have been improvements that are identified. There's 2 things when it comes to transportation planning and improvements. One, you have background improvements that already are needed, and then you have project improvements that are needed based on the project. So if you look at that table 32 that's at the back of my staff reports, you'll see that across the board where it talks about 2032 background, 2032 phase 1, 2036 background, 2036 phase 2. It's the 2032 phase 1 total projects and the 2036 phase 2 total projects that are going to be needed based on this study. In my zoning reports, the conditions of approval that have been outlined, there are conditions of approval that talk about the need for development agreements to move forward as it relates to the timing and manner to which these improvements would be constructed. The improvements involve signalization of certain intersections, 91 Mine Road and 60, State Road 60, and Enterprise Boulevard, which is the corporate park. And then in the phase 2 study, it would be about adding turn lanes at 91 Mine Road, at turn lanes at Enterprise Boulevard, turn lane at Emily East and the access driveway, so that's the furthest one to the east, and then the signalization of the intersection of 91 Mine Road and Gaskin Road. Again, we would anticipate the development agreement addressing the timing and manner at which those improvements are carried out. Moving on through my staff report, or all of my staff reports, again, the same common analysis has been done for public schools. For school assignment purposes, the entire Emily development is zoned for Juanita, Eagle Lake, and South Point Elementary, West Elementary Schools, Westwood and Bartow Middle Schools, and Lake Region and Bartow Senior High Schools. The entire development will produce an estimated 324 elementary students, 187 middle school students, 263 high school students. I would emphasize that those numbers are numbers that are produced using the Polk County School Board's factors. They associate factors with projected school usage, and those aren't numbers that I made up or anyone else made up. Those are numbers based on methodology that's currently being used by the Polk County School District. The developers have received a non-binding determination of impacts from the district staff, so the school board has seen this. Their preliminary analysis states that there is insufficient capacity at the zoned elementary schools. However, concurrency can still be achieved through adjacent zone districts or other mitigation measures as provided through the approved interlocal agreement for public school facilities. It's important to remember that no seats are being reserved with any of these applications. That the seat reservation does not occur, nor does any concurrency under the City of Bartow system occur until plats are recorded for the development. So you may not actually have vested capacity or binding capacity. If this project were to move forward, you might not even have that for another 2 years because there's still a lot of work that's going to go on before they get to that point. All of these, the Emily East projects, for the consistency with the comprehensive plan, I have mentioned a number of different comprehensive plan policies involving future land use, transportation, housing, infrastructure, and recreation that I initially believed make these projects consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. As I mentioned, the annexation is already happening, so the future development of this site for residential development, I believe, and the city staff believed, was compatible with the surrounding area and would be consistent with future development trends. When it came to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearings for Emily East, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial to this board by a 4-0 vote, 4-0 vote. So it was a unanimous vote for denial. That's for the land use and for the zoning. As it relates to the Emily West development, the same, a lot of the same information is there. We've already talked about the transportation, and I don't need to repeat that. A lot of the environmental is the same as far as the studies performed. I think, again, the only difference between the two was that there were gopher tortoise burrows noticed on the Emily West development. The everything else related to law enforcement, school board, utilities is all, again, the same as what you saw with Emily East. From a comprehensive plan standpoint, there are a number of other elements that are involved with Emily West, mainly due to its relationship or its underlying characterization as being part of the Clear Springs sector plan. So there are sector plan policies that talk about doing extra little things as it relates to the work that we put into the sector plan. Talks about connectivity, talks about greenways, it talks about the opportunity to do multimodal provisions throughout the sector plan. One thing that I didn't mention when I was talking about East, but I want to mention now, is that we believe that if this development is to happen, that Emily East should also be developed in concert with those sector plan policies relating to better forms of development. So that is one of the conditions that we put into the zoning for Emily East, is that it also satisfy those criteria of development based on the Clear Springs sector plan. So again, in Emily East, it's the consistency statements for the future land use policies, the housing, transportation, infrastructure, conservation, and recreation and intergovernmental coordination are all part of my staff report, as I mentioned, that are on record with the clerk's office. Again, with Emily West, we did foresee and did picture that the change from Clear Springs Planned Industrial to Clear Springs Residential was consistent with the intent of the city's comprehensive plan, and specifically those policies that were mentioned in my staff report. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote by 4-0 to recommend denial to the City Commission. From the zoning standpoint of the world, I'm not, the only thing I'm really going to spend time on right now for it will be just a quick review of the conditions of approval that would be associated with each one of those developments if it was to move forward. The conditions of approval for Emily East actually have one more condition in them, in that we talked about, we do have a unit, or I'm sorry, a a provision in there that the condition that says development of Emily East shall conform to the urban form and character and natural resource protection standards contained in the Clear Springs Sector Plan DSAP number 1, and which will be part of the Emily West site development approvals. That's the one condition that's in Emily East. We don't need to put that in Emily West because we're already going to do that because it is part of Clear Springs. So the conditions are all the same between the two projects because, again, we did look at this as one big project. Overall, from the condition of approval standpoint, the first two conditions are standard conditions talking about plan review dates or plan received dates and obtaining utility services from the city. We do have a condition that talks about evaluating site planning and design guideline characteristics from other agencies to facilitate wildlife corridors and crossings in order to protect existing ecology, wildlife habitat, natural resources. Those other agencies would include, at a minimum, Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. We have a condition that talks about retaining the roadway system as private roadways, specifically as it deals with the smaller neighborhood streets. We did leave the option to discuss the ownership of the Spine Road open for a later date at the request of the developer. So while we're saying that we don't know that it's going to be a public road, we also don't know that it's going to be a private road, so that's a decision that will still have to be made in the future. We have a condition about getting a navigation easement to protect not only the airport from the Emily project, but also to protect the Emily project from the airport. We have a condition that talks about the development agreement needed for the transportation improvements associated with State Road 60, Enterprise Boulevard, Gaskin Road, 91 Mine Road, and any other road as may be the case. They would have to dedicate a right-of-way, construct turn lanes, median improvements, and traffic control devices as needed, and all of that would be at their cost. The development agreement would be prepared. We would look at that we would start the initial review of that during a preliminary subdivision plat process and require that be completed by the time the first subdivision construction plan was approved. And then we also have a last condition of approval to talk about the need for additional downstream water and sanitary sewer improvements that may be needed. While the developer is absolutely required to construct and pay for the improvements associated with his property, there's still further analysis that may suggest that we need other improvements downstream from the water, from the project. And those are items that we will identify at a later date and make part of the development agreement. So those are that really, I'm not sure where I'm at on time, maybe what do you think, Jackie, 30 minutes? 40? She gave me 50, guys, so I'm way ahead of time. I know I blew through that. I believe that Mr. Allen and his staff are going to give you quite a presentation as far as talking back through a lot of the smaller points that are, while it's in my staff report, I didn't specifically mention. I don't think there's any reason for you to hear it twice. I think it's also probably more beneficial to hear it from Mr. Allen and his team as it relates from a technical expertise, because the information that I collect all comes from the studies and reports that we review as part of the process. So it's probably better that you hear it from them, from me, of course, myself, as well as any other staff that's here, that's remaining tonight, are able to answer any questions that might come up during your discussion item. But on these, again, on the zoning items, I don't think I said it, but the zonings, both for Emily East and Emily West, were both recommended for denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission on a 4-0 vote. So to kind of summarize where we're at is you are doing a first reading for your annexation and your zoning actions. The annexation came to you from the Planning and Zoning Commission with no recommendation because they deadlocked on their vote, 2-2. The zoning ordinances came from the Planning Commission with a recommendation for denial. The comprehensive plan, again, both of the comprehensive plan items, again, are your public hearing items tonight. Those items will go for transmittal, if you pass them on first reading, to the Florida Commerce Division of Community Planning, as well as all of the state agencies, and they'll go away for 60 days, guaranteed 60 days, and you would not see those come back until at least your first meeting of February. And, you know, considering we're kind of around the holidays, probably the second reading of February. But that's a decision that we'll make probably in January when we have a better read on when those come back. At that time, everything would come back for second reading, all 5 items, and you would have public hearings on every individual item at second reading. So with that, Commissioners, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have of me at this time. I'll be available throughout the rest of the evening and be happy to assist in whatever way I can.
I don't see any questions, Bob.
Bob,
Oh.
I guess my
Okay, never
questions
mind.
go, yeah, I've got plenty. I've got a list, plethora, but I want more than 50 minutes for you, Bob. Question, I know you showed on where we had the water and the sewer and electric grids. I know the electric runs through there already because we service east of there. How close are we with the water and how close with the sewer? And what's our closest connection points for, and I know it come right along the edge of the east. It's one of your first slides. Yeah, that was it.
Right now, we have, this is not really the best one to show it on. Right now, we have a 24-inch force main that comes down out of Highway 17 that carries the affluent from the air base, the city of Eagle Lake, and the county Sheffield Road station, or Sheffield Road pump station. It comes down, it comes through the air base, comes down along the west side of the city solar field, then comes over across underneath Peace Creek and, parallels the west edge of the Clear Springs Corporate Park. Also in that same 50-foot utility easement, there's also a 16-inch water main.
Okay, so we've got utilities close by.
Right now, the main trunk lines that would be the primary source of connection would be right there at the west edge of Emily West.
Okay.
Probably at the end of the day, there's going to be some kind of a loop system established that would take the water mains that serve the corporate park and get them overextended. I don't know whether it would be along State Road 60, but you may
It's
end
close.
up with an
Yes,
entire.
as long as it's close. One of my next questions is, looking at that green section, which you say is Clear Springs Conservation, do we have an acreage on that? Because I know that's been a big concern brought up, was the wildlife habitat. That's a considerable amount of land in looking at it from here.
That's in total on the north and south side of the creek, that's probably, Emily East and Emily West together is about 925 acres. So you're probably 800 acres.
Okay.
That are in that Clear Springs Conservation Area.
That's all.
All right. Trish, did you have any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bart Allen. I'm a land use attorney with the Peterson and Myers Law Firm. My address is 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. Here this evening tonight on behalf of the applicant for Emily East and West, which is CVD Land Investment, which is Mr. David Warnaker, and he's in the audience with me this evening in the back of the room.
You good?
Oh, no, I got it. Thank you. Real quick, while I'm pulling up I do have a number of slides, and I have a number of technical experts this evening that I wanted to have speak. But one of the things that I was going to ask, and we talked about a little bit earlier, was swearing in witnesses. And since I will be speaking, and while I am not technically a witness, I am a lawyer, I am happy to be sworn. I don't want anybody to think I'm not being sworn, but I do have all my experts that will be following me, and they will be witnesses. So I'd like to, and it may make sense to just go ahead and swear everybody who's going to speak on these items this evening, if that's okay with you, Mr. City Attorney and Madam Mayor.
So, Madam Mayor, I think the suggestion's a good one, and the timing is right before Mr. Allen calls on any of his team. So for members of the public that are here, and those of you who were at the last P&Z meeting may recall this, if you plan to speak during the public hearings, or think, even if you might speak during the public hearings, it would be appropriate at this time to be sworn so that the testimony that you might give at that time is under oath. So, Madam, the city clerk will swear everybody in. Anybody that plans to speak or thinks you might speak tonight, please stand and be sworn.
Right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hang on one second.
No problem.
Do you need a break? Do you need a break? Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, or should I say Sean? That seems to be the running joke. Right, right. Again, just for purposes of the record, we're here. This is, and we'll talk a little bit about procedure and process and kind of where we are in all of that in just a second. But we do have technically 5 different requests before you this evening. We have the request for the annexation of Emily East, the transmittal hearing, not an adoption, so this would just be a transmittal hearing, and Mr. Wiegers has explained what that is this evening, to assign residential low to those 369 acres. And then we're also on first reading for a PD zoning on the east side. And that's generally depicted in the outline in red on your screen. Mr. Wiegers has talked about that. Emily West, we're asking for 2 separate items. We're asking for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, again, a transmittal hearing this evening on 556 acres to go from future land use of Clear Springs planned industrial that is on the entitlement today, and then to go to a future land use of low-density residential in the Clear Springs, and that would be what is considered in the transmittal hearing. With the second piece of the Emily West being, again, a first reading on the PD zoning. So that's what we're here to do this evening. Few things that we're going to talk about, and I know that those 9 items look long, and we're already at 9 o'clock, so I promise we will move through it efficiently, but they are important, and important for us to think about. So we'll talk a little bit about kind of the hearing and the procedure aspect. I'll talk about that. The annexation, which again is on first reading this evening, not technically a public hearing. I will talk just a few points on the annexation, but specifically related to some of the comments during the agenda item 9 of your agenda. Then we'll hear about planning. With some Stantec folks. We've got utility expert is here this evening. We have our environmental team from Stillwater Environmental with us, as well as drainage, transportation, and then we'll kind of wrap up with a little bit of concurrency talk, which I know is exciting for everybody. But these are all really important items to discuss as we work through the process, because we really need to think about where we are in the approval process. Today's November 17th. We are at a transmittal hearing and first reading of your land use plan, PD zoning, as well as the first reading of your annexation. What we're asking for tonight on both of the large-scale comprehensive plans for East and West is to transmit this to the Department of Commerce. You've already heard Mr. Wiegers give you a much better outline as to what that means than I probably can, but it's a coordinated review. It will be a state coordinated review specifically on the West, where all of the state agencies, the regional agencies, will have an opportunity to review what is being requested, and then speak their mind, and then we'll have the benefit, you will have the benefit, the public will have the benefit of that additional information coming back to second reading, where then we start talking about quasi-judicial hearings and applying PD zoning specifically to the particular requests, as well as adopting future land use and adopting or potentially adopting the annexation ordinance. So what we're doing here tonight doesn't approve anything. It just moves it to the next step in the process. And I just think that's really important for us to think about and for the community to hear as well. This is not a final approval. And I think we're all on the same page. And Mr. City Attorney, you are more than welcome to disagree with me, but I believe that is where we are. Quasi-judicial, we'll get there. This was something that we really talked a little bit more about at the Planning Commission hearing, just kind of talking about what do we make our decisions based on, and is competent substantial evidence. It's not fear, it's not conjecture, it's not things of that nature. It's based on evidence that's presented at the hearing. And that is why we have court reporters here this evening. That is why we are why I have all of my experts here as well to speak about it. And this isn't something that the city of Bartow created. This comes out of Florida law, and I have a citation to one of the fundamental cases right there on the screen for you. We talk a little bit about what is evidence. It's competent substantial evidence. That's what we're looking at. What does that mean? It's got to be relevant. It's got to be something that the reasonable mind would accept. It is what fact-based testimony. It is expert testimony from expert witnesses. The city planner, Mr. Wiegers, expert planner, AICP planner. He is an expert witness. He's your staff. I would just like to point out, I think it's appropriate. Mr. Wiegers did discuss the votes at the Planning Commission hearing. They were not in our favor. Mr. Wiegers had a staff recommendation of approval going into that Planning Commission hearing. We still have a staff recommendation of approval, even in light of those votes. And I think that is compelling evidence when you look at what is being considered here this evening. And I don't want that to be overlooked. So again, expert testimony. Lay witnesses can provide testimony, can provide competent substantial evidence, but it's got to be fact-based. It's got to be, I saw a turtle on that piece of property, not I am concerned that there's going to be damages to turtles on the piece of property. The second is conjecture. The second is fear. The first one is I saw and is fact-based, and there is a distinction there. So what else is not evidence? Things that are flawed or inaccurate. Things that aren't 100% in accordance with the law. There's been emails floating around related to what residential O1X is and is not, and what you can and can't do. I would certainly say that email was inaccurate. It was absolutely inaccurate. Residential low, and we can talk about that more in detail if we need to, in the county allows up to 5 dwelling units an acre. You have to go through a PD hearing, 100%. That's part of the code, and that's part of the comp plan. But to insinuate that you can't is inaccurate. Those communications would not be competent substantial evidence for purposes of making a decision. And I think those are the kinds of issues that we need to address and need to kind of sift through. And that's your job as city commissioners. Generalizations, conjecture, fear, opinions of certain things, not competent substantial evidence. Popularity polls, not competent substantial evidence. And these aren't rules, again, that I made. These are directly out of case law, directly out of statutory, not statutory, case law that's been decided in various levels of our court system. So again, citations to that for purposes of the record are on the screen. Talk a little bit, I'm going to talk a little bit about the annexation, kind of now that we're in that legal mind. Annexation is determined by Chapter 171 of the Florida statutes. That's the book here when it comes to how we annex. When you look at a voluntary annexation, there's basically 3 requirements. 1, the property owner has to have agreed. And you have that here. We have a signed annexation form that is in the record. 2, the property has to be contiguous. And as shown on the screen, as shown in Mr. Uyghur's report, we are contiguous. Our entire west boundary is up to the Peace Creek Canal is contiguous to the existing city limits of Bartow. And that's Emily East, and that is the red line on the screen there. And it has to be compact. It can't be serpentine. It can't be winding up and down the roads. It's got to be compact, and that's what you have here. That is why you have a staff recommendation of that this is appropriate to annex. It's already in your electrical service area. It's Emily West has existing force mains and water mains in place and in the ground with capacities. Sorry, I was a little distracted there. With available capacities to provide water and sewer service to the proposed development. So again, you have a recommendation from your staff that this property is appropriate to annex. This is a larger blown out scale, just to kind of show that a bigger picture of your areas that you're proposing to serve. The area in the blue color is your current 180 service area. So again, you can see the red star is where the proposed annexation is, immediately adjacent. Your water service boundary actually extends further east than where we are proposing to annex today. So again, you've already annexed further to the east. The yellow on this screen that goes kind of beyond the blue line, that's your utility service area. And you can see how far to the east and to the south that your utility service area goes today. So again, this property is in an area where the city of Bartow has identified that these are areas for us to grow. These are areas for us to look to as future development and future areas to provide services to. Concurrency is another item, so I'm going to kind of shift from annexation, and I'm going to start talking about concurrency because that's also something that tends to come up early in these kinds of land planning. Again, even at a transmittal hearing, we are not vesting concurrency. Under Florida law, under the City of Bartow's Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, you do not vest concurrency until you get to a final plat. Florida statute says no later than the issuance of certificate of occupancy, so that's actually after a plat. But under the city's code, it's at final plat. But I think Comp Plan Policy 2.7 is really important. No development permit will be issued if it will result in the inability of the city to maintain the level of services. So if we get through transmittal and we get through adoption and we get through site plan and we get all the way down to where we're looking for actual development permit and we can't meet concurrency, we stop. The city stops us, and this is part of your review period. Now, I also know Ms. Luce has her own concerns regarding school concurrency. We don't disagree with her concerns. If there is a problem with school concurrency and the way it's being handled, we want it to be done right. If there is an issue there, we are 100% happy to meet whatever the concurrency standard is for whatever service is being addressed. That is not something that we are looking to avoid. That's why we have non-binding letters of concurrency at this point already, because we're already looking at what those issues would be on a capacity concern for the schools. You know, just looking at the March 3rd letter from the school board that we got, March 3rd of 2025, Bartow Senior High currently has an enrollment of 2,270 students, which is consistent with what the resident said. It has a capacity of 3,423 students for purposes of concurrency. There's almost 1,200 seats available right now at Bartow High. And that's based on the latest data, that the Polk County School Board has. And I asked them prior to the Planning Commission hearing if we should update this letter, and they do not have any newer data than what they have in this. So they have not, we're not recommending that we updated it. Now, I know people don't want to believe that, but this is the best evidence that you can have. This is not created by me or my team. This is created by the Polk County School Board. We provide them with proposed development, and they provide us the analysis. So, and I kind of jumped ahead onto my slide here. I apologize. That happens from time to time. The red star is where we are in the process. We're at a preliminary land use plan approval. We're looking at comprehensive plan amendment. We're actually even kind of prior to that because we're just at first readings. As you move through your development review process, you have 2 or 3 separate opportunities to review concurrency. And it gets reviewed at every step. When we come through with a site development plan for whatever phase it is, whatever first phase, second phase, 8th phase, we will have to evaluate whether or not there's concurrency. We don't lock it in at that point because that's not what your code requires. That's not when it's appropriate. You go all the way through that process until you get to construction plans and final plats, to when you actually lock in concurrency. And the reason for that is you evaluate it all the way through the process, because if there are issues that you need to address along the way, let's say we need to go get school concurrency, a mitigation agreement, or we need to evaluate something with the school board, we know through the process. That's why this system is set up the way it is. Again, I want to reiterate, we are not at a point where we evaluate final concurrency. We are at preliminary stages here. So with that, I want to have Ms. Chadwick come and talk to you a little bit about land use planning. Let me get my things organized here. Ms. Chadwick is with Stantec. She is a 47-year professional planner. She's an AICP planner. She's been doing this for a little while. She has provided expert planning consulting services on all kinds of projects, from industrial projects. Ms. Chadwick and I worked on the Nucor project together. We've worked on the Majestic industrial project at I-4 and 27. She's worked on large-scale master planned residential communities as well, Lakewood Ranch, Varea, and Plant City. She has a tremendous amount of experience. Also on the planning team from Stantec, I have Mr. Andy Mikulski. He's an urban planner. He's got 14 years of experience working in urban planning, mixed-use development, things like that. They are both part of our teams. Ms. Chadwick's here to provide you expert testimony for purposes of her planning expertise, how this applies. She was involved in the Clear Springs sector plan creation, going back to its original days when it was actually done under Wilson Miller, as I recall. So she has a tremendous amount of experience with the city of Bartow, and I would like Ms. Chadwick to give you a few moments of conversations. I have copies of her resume for any of you who would like to look at it, or for purposes of providing one to the city clerk.
Where are you advancing slides?
With the arrows.
Down?
To the right.
Good evening. My name is Diane Chadwick, and I am a planning principal with Stantec Consulting Services. Our office address is 777 South Harbor Island Boulevard in Tampa. As Bart mentioned, I am a longtime member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I hate to correct him, but I'm getting real close to 49 years of experience, and I'm telling on myself here. And the vast majority of my experience has been in the Central Florida area, Manatee County, all the way up to Pasco and Polk and some Osceola, and of course Hillsborough and Plant City. I was the project team leader for the original creation and approval of the Clear Springs Sector Plan, its conceptual plan overlay, and the detailed specific area plan, and that was approved in 2008. When we're talking about the comprehensive plan, Stantec provided a very broad discussion of the city's comprehensive plan's goals, objectives, and policies in our applications for both Emily East and Emily West. Bob has provided you detailed explanation, and I will spare you of me going back through that again. But I would note that Bob has agreed with our application and our findings, and as we submitted them, and he has told you that he believes these requests are consistent with your comprehensive plan. When we're talking about future land use for Emily West, the current designation is industrial, which would allow a floor area ratio of 0.5 for the project, and that would produce, if you were to use that ratio, millions of square feet of industrial buildings. Keep in mind that has to do with actual site design, so I don't want to give you a specific number because I don't know what that would be right now. But I would note that Clear Springs has approval for a significant amount of industrial square footage in their sector plan, and with the approval of a PD site plan, they could build industrial on that site. We are proposing a residential designation that drops the intensity for this area significantly. The residential density allows up to 6 units per acre. This is the lowest designation that the city has, and the reason for that is cities' comprehensive plans are guided to higher densities to avoid urban sprawl. Our request is for a maximum, on the west side, our request is for a maximum of 2 dwelling units per acre. For Emily East, we are proposing, the majority of the land there has a designation of RL1. You've heard that there's some controversy about what is allowed, but under the Polk County Comprehensive Plan, sections 2.119 and 2.120, this land designation could reach up to 5 dwelling units per acre without a comprehensive plan amendment, but only by filing a PD application and meeting site plan criteria and receiving an approval from the county's planning commission. Our request for Emily East is for a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre. Do note that, that these maximum densities are what would be allowed under the PD plan as we submitted. We submitted 2 plans, one for 3 units per acre, one for 2 units per acre. That would be the maximum that was allowed. Now, Bob showed you a colored site plan that showed some detail of lot layouts. You need to understand that's required by your code as a non-binding concept plan, only to show that the PD is feasible. But note that that final design only happens after you go through a great amount of design and engineering detail. So we would anticipate that there would be a fair amount of redesign on that plan. Again, that was a non-binding plan just to show that you could fit the units on the site plan. So it's very possible, once you get into that kind of design and detail, that the total number of units could potentially go down. And of course, those design considerations include roadways, stormwater, utility design, all of which must be permitted through many local, state, and federal agencies. And please note that the densities requested in these applications cannot be increased unless it is done by coming back before this commission through a public hearing process. They cannot go over the 2 and 3 dwelling units per acre that we put in our application. This just shows you the 2 different PD plans together, and I know at the size it's a little difficult for you to see, but keep in mind that plan developments provide for a unified master plan, which is a more desirable approach to planning because it allows for cohesive design in a variety of housing products and connected roadway patterns and multiple access points. It allows for clustering of development to provide for greater preservation of open space. It also provides for connectivity for residents with recreational facilities such as parks, bike paths, and pedestrian ways. The Clear Springs DSAP, Detailed Specific Area Plan, provided for comprehensive plan policies, including multimodal concepts of roadway systems, bikeway, and pedestrian trails that were to be provided and continually built upon as growth progressed in this part of the city to serve the greater geographic area. These PD plans will further those policies. And I'm going to skip over that. This is a slide that shows you a buffer that's proposed along Gerber Dairy Road. Our design includes perimeter buffering with trees and hedge materials far beyond what your code would require. Specifically on this road, we have a 25-foot minimum buffer width with trees and hedge, but the graphic also shows a proposed 6-foot hedge and/or a fence to provide additional buffering. And I'm going to address urban sprawl criteria for just a couple of minutes. Just note that the request cannot be considered urban sprawl based on the criteria outlined in the Florida statutes if it provides for adequate protection and conservation of natural resources. This project is designed to protect environmentally sensitive lands and have minimal impacts to wetlands, floodplains, and other sensitive areas. Floodplains and environmentally sensitive areas will be protected to the greatest extent possible and continue to function as intended. Can't be considered sprawl if it allows for land use patterns or timing which are appropriate so as to not increase the cost in time, money, and energy of providing and maintaining facilities and services, including roads, water, sewer, stormwater management, and public services. The project is within the current utility service area and is adjacent to State Road 60, which of course is a FDOT east-west statewide connector facility. The project is served by existing and planned utilities, transportation capital improvements that are designed to accommodate growth in this area. The planned development for Emily West does propose a public fire station site to be included in that part of the project. This is a logical growth area due to the local long-range planning that is consistent with the state policies and statutes and planned FDOT improvements in these areas. Again, it can't be considered sprawl if it directs or locates economic growth and development to geographic areas without adverse impacts and protects natural resources and ecosystems, and provides for preservation of open space and natural lands, providing for open space and recreational needs. Emily West will have 53% of its land area in park, open space, and conservation. Emily East will have 42% of its land area in park, open space, and conservation. These park, open space, and conservation land uses will connect residents via multi-use recreational trail system, roadways to connect to large conservation areas and provide opportunities for passive and active recreational opportunities. Bart's reminding me, in my professional opinion, these requests are consistent with your comprehensive plan and your land development code.
Any questions of Ms. Chadwick? We can save them to the end, or we can just keep plugging along. One thing that I just want to point out related to the proposed PDs and the proposed development, there is no access to Gerber Dairy Road. There would be no transportation going, no trips getting onto Gerber Dairy Road. All of our access will be directed either to Gaskin, to our new Spine Road that would be the extension of Enterprise Boulevard, and my transportation engineer will be a little more detailed on a few of those things, and then our eastern connection to Highway 60. But there's no physical connections to any of those roads. There were emergency accesses contemplated in prior requests, which with the county, none of that is proposed here today. We are completely isolated from Gerber Dairy Road, and I think that's extremely important. I'm going to ask, turn to utilities just for a moment. I'm going to, from GAI Consultants, I'm going to ask Mr. Greg Kolb, who's a professional engineer with them. He has 25 years of experience as doing engineering design for water supply, treatment, distribution, wastewater collection, treatment, effluent disposal, reclaimed water management, as well as hydraulic modeling, permitting for both public and private sector clients. We have asked him to provide an analysis of the city's existing system, existing permitted capacities and transmission capacities as to how this project can be served by the city of Bartow. Greg? Oh, and he will be providing expert testimony along those lines as well. I have a copy of his resume for purposes of the record.
Thank you, Bart. My name is Greg Kolb. I'm with GAI Consultants. We're based out of Orlando office. The address is 618 East South Street. And this past February, March, we had a series of meetings with the city's utilities and planning staff to get a better understanding of what the city's been planning for utilities-wise, water, wastewater. There's been some master plans developed in the past and some hydraulic models. So we've worked closely with the city staff to get a better understanding of what work has been planned and how the Clear Springs plan development fit into that plan in the past, and how this change with the Emily development would modify it. So we did update the flow projections in the former master plans and utility capacity analysis reports to 2024 data. So we look at where these plant capacities are today, and then we also took into account the land use change for the Emily. So you heard before that it was zoned or was planned to be industrial. With the change to single-family residential, there's a change in land use, so there's a change in water density needs. So we looked at that as well. So the map we have before you is kind of a compilation of all the information, but to start with the water side, the water treatment plant is along Highway 17 there. You guys can probably all see that. And that plant is currently rated for 8.75 million gallons per day. And in 2024, an average of 3.4 million gallons per day of water was used. So there was a lot of capacity in that water treatment plant as of last year. And then the Clear Springs, the Emily change to, or just based on both east and wests, the new units proposed would introduce another 0.67 MGD of demand, which is still well within that 8.75 million gallons per day capacity of the plant. And really, if you deduct the prior use of the industrial area from that, the net increase was only 0.12 MGD increase in water demand for the plant. Likewise, at the wastewater treatment plant, keep doing that, which is down by Pease Creek, kind of in the wetlands area. That plant is currently rated for 5.33 million gallons per day, and last year the average flow was 2.7 million gallons per day. And the increase in wastewater generation for the Emily phase east and west would be 0.62 MGD increase, but deducting the amount that was already allocated for the industrial use, the net increase was 0.24 MGD. So 0.24 plus last year's flow of 2.7 is still well underneath the 5.33 MGD. Now, there are other developments that are out there and on the books for the city, and the city's been maintaining reserve capacity. And as part of the process to get us to where we are today, they're comfortable that capacity exists within both those treatment facilities for this project. We also looked at the pipeline infrastructure to support this. As has been mentioned previously, there's two pipeline, a 24-inch force main and a 16-inch water main. Those were built in 2011, and they really are backbone trunk lines that run kind of north-south through this area. The wastewater force main continues all the way to the wastewater treatment plant. And on this graphic here, you can see them as the darker brown and darker blue lines. And then, so we updated the hydraulic model of the water distribution system to incorporate current flows and kind of the change of future flows associated with Emily, and maintain the Clear Springs flows in the model. And the lighter blue pipes are future pipes that have been established previously in the master plans. And so we're able to update that model and run it and ensure that the city's level of service would be met within all the new developments identified here for in a future build-out condition. And then likewise for the wastewater, we worked with some GIS information from the city to construct a simplified model of the wastewater force main system, and did a similar analysis looking at system pressures and flows through that 24-inch pipeline, and found that it had more than enough capacity for what's planned here. So overall, both the treatment side and the pipeline infrastructure side of the system has available capacity for this project, and it includes the future Clear Springs build-out conditions as well. And overall, water and wastewater utility concurrency will be provided as part of this project. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Cole? Well, Mr. Cole, the conclusions and the different data points he was talking about are based out of two technical memorandums, one from March 17 of this year, and then the second one was from July 11th of this year. For purposes of your record, I have copies of his report if anybody would like to look at it, but otherwise we'll just provide it for backup. All right. Environmental. This is more along the species side of environmental. We split this into two different areas. Mr. Stillwater Environmental, you heard Mr. Wiegers refer to them during his presentation. Mr. Tim Talbot's the president and owner of Stillwater. He's got 40 years of experience doing these types of permitting efforts, whether it's a phase one evaluation, different species relocations and assessments, as well as habitat creation and management. Unfortunately, I found out this afternoon that Mr. Talbot has come down with COVID for a second or third occurrence. So he's not here with us this evening. In his stead, I have, and I'm probably going to butcher her last name, so I totally apologize, Jessica. It's Jessica Pura? See, told you. I'm from Alabama originally. There was no way I was going to pronounce that right. She's an environmental consultant that's working with Stillwater. She's been doing this for over a dozen years. I don't have a copy of her resume because, again, I didn't find this out until late this afternoon. So I'll email it to Miss Jackie probably tomorrow. But she's going to talk about all of the environmental work that has been done on this site. Jessica?
Hi, good evening. I'm here as proxy, so forgive me. Let's see here. My name is Jessica Spoudois. I'm from Lake Mary, Florida. I'm an associate of Tim Talbot of Stillwater Environmental. Mr. Talbot, as he said, has been practicing as an environmental professional as defined by the Code of Federal Regulations in the state of Florida for almost 40 years. He has conducted hundreds of wetland delineations and hundreds of listed species surveys throughout the state of Florida. I'd like to begin with the wetland delineations on Emily at Bartow. We applied for a binding formal jurisdictional determination with the Southwest Florida Water Management District on both Emily East and Emily West, which also included the Enterprise Boulevard extension. Following the field delineation, all of the wetlands and surface waters, including the Peace Creek system, field reviews of the wetland and surface water delineations were scheduled with the Southwest Florida Water Management District. After the approval of the FJD, which is the determination, the surveyors completed the wetland and surface water reviews for both parcels, and the formal wetland determination permit for Emily West was issued July 2nd, 2025, and the Emily East was issued July 25th, 2025. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is currently finishing the review of the approval jurisdictional determination for that agency. The government shutdown has slowed down the permitting process, but we expect to have that completed by the first of the year. We have completed all necessary listed species surveys. This is ongoing as we get closer. It will require updated surveys for gopher tortoises and possibly sand skinks and scrub jays. We observed 20 burrows on the Emily Extension, and 21 on Emily West in the southwest portion of the project site. We're assuming that the most common reason for not having a multitude of burrows is mainly from cattle activity on the property. It kind of pushes them out. Gopher tortoise burrows were located on both Emily West and the Enterprise Extension. These burrows will be excavated under a permit with FWC, and tortoises will be relocated to protected recipient sites within a 100-mile radius. A sandskink coverboard survey was completed, and no observance of sandskink tracks were found. Florida Scrub Jay survey was completed within the Xeric Oak areas of the Enterprise Boulevard extension, and no Florida Scrub Jays were observed. There is sandhill crane nesting habitat within the property. No nests were observed, but the areas will continue to be monitored during this process. No bald eagle nest was present on the property. There was nest number PO154 that we did go to the latitude and longitude that is offered in the Audubon site. There is no nest present. It was first observed in 2008, and the last time it was observed was in 2010. There is plenty of obviously foraging habitat within that property, but just no nests on site. The closest nest is approximately half a mile east, and that would be PO209. There is habitat for the Everglades snail kite, the Audubon crested caracara, the eastern black rail, eastern indigo, pine snake, short-tailed snakes. We did not observe any of those species on the property. There was no habitat for wood storks, the grasshopper sparrow, bonneted bat, or red cockatied woodpeckers. We do have impacts to the wetlands on the property. Out of the 136 acres, supposed impacts are about 17 acres, but that is subject to change. Any questions? Yes. About the biosolids, let's see here. FDEP does not require any further monitoring on the investigation, and the land is safe for development stated by FDEP. It was cleared in 2021. The biosolids, the last deposit of the biosolids, I believe, was in May of 2019.
Any questions?
Any questions?
No.
So, you're good.
I'm good?
Yep.
Bart, before you move to the next one, we've been sitting here since 5 o'clock. Can we
happy-
take a 5-minute break real quick?
I was
I'm sorry,
surprised-
I'm sorry, guys, but we,
I was surprised you didn't ask before we started. Madam Mayor,
5
of
minutes,
course.
we'll be right
At
back.
your pleasure.
Too late for that. If you'd start making your way back, we're going to
Pick it back up.
reconvene.
Oh, he's not? Oh, wow.
Okay, we will now reconvene this regular commission meeting at 9:50. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of wrap up, I was almost done with the environmental stuff, but just to wrap up the environmental stuff, I wanted just to formally introduce into the record the reports, the various reports. These are the reports for Emily West that have been conducted by Stillwater. This includes the approval of the wetland jurisdictional analysis by the Water Management District and the permit from them. This is Emily East, similar stuff, species studies, wetland jurisdictional approvals from the Water Management District. This is a third one. This relates to Enterprise Boulevard extension. It's separate because this relates to the proposed extension of Enterprise Boulevard from its existing terminus into the site. It's not technically part of the PD project, so that's why it's its own separate documents. And then finally, this is a binder with all of the information related to DEP and the biosolids issue that was raised in your public in Section 9. These are all the consent orders. This is the clearances. This shows that everything's been handled appropriately and that DEP has signed off on everything and the site is clean. All right, so that's environmental. We're going to move to floodplain and stormwater. I have with me this evening from Stantec, I have Mr. Rob Engel, and it's also Mr. Keith Litzel. Just real quickly, Mr. Engel has 30-plus years as a PE handling master plan, community stormwater drainage design, as well as floodplain management. He's also LEED accredited, which I think is important. He's here with us this evening from Stantec. I also have Mr. Keith Litzel. He may or may not need to speak, but he's also a civil engineer that's a licensed PE with 25-plus years of experience doing stormwater management, floodplain modeling, large-scale transportation, infrastructure projects across the state of Florida. So these are members of our team that are assisting us with those disciplines. Rob.
Thank you, and as Bart said, for the record, Robert Engel, professional engineer, state of Florida, graduate of University of South Florida, have worked on multiple drainage projects and land development projects throughout a couple of dozen counties traversing the central area of Florida. 31 years plus significant projects. I've worked on some master plan communities. Probably my most significant is Lakewood Ranch, North River Ranch, in Manatee and Sarasota County. Most all of the projects have a significant water feature that it's either adjacent to or bisected by. Very familiar with working with floodplains and such water features. This project is is within the Peace Creek watershed, as you know, which discharges to the headwaters of the Peace River. It has been mapped by FEMA in the most recent model by the state of Florida was done using the ICPR software. The state of Florida produced a model of the Peace River watershed, which is really the best available information. That model was first produced in 2013 and was then updated again in 2016. FEMA has adopted the results of that model as its floodplain boundaries that are currently on the FEMA maps. As you've noted that and Bart, if I This exhibit shows us Emily West to the north of the significant floodplain of the Peace Creek. That area that has been referred to as the bowl or the bulb is that area that is conservation zoning. The project largely lies to the north of that floodplain with some margins within the project area and a couple of crossings of the project area. Those stormwater models will be used to analyze the stormwater management system for the site. It was also noted earlier by one of my colleagues that the site plan for this has yet to be finally determined. When that site plan is in the process of being finalized, avoidance of floodplain impacts will be at our, utmost mindset, and when we can't avoid, such as in a road crossing of a creek or a stream, it will be minimized to its greatest extent. When impacts to the floodplain are made, they must be mitigated. Mitigation will come in the form of replacing the volume lost for storage. And it will also come in the form of modeling those, the project within the proposed condition through that software. It's called ICPR. It's a unique software to Florida, especially to Central Florida. It was developed here in Central Florida, has become the predominant modeling software used in Florida. I think it's recently been rebranded to something called Stormwise. Yeah, that's its new brand name. So it's a very, it's kind of one of the best tools we have. So when we develop the site, we have to cross the floodways. That is FEMA regulated. We will have to go through a process called a no-rise with FEMA when we cross with the roads. And FEMA will require what's called a no-rise, and that means exactly what it says. We'll have to prove through the engineering data that there are no rises caused by the crossing either upstream or downstream of the impact area. So that's one of the bars we have to cross on the federal level. And from the site development itself, we are bound to no adverse impacts either upstream or downstream. We will have to run that whole watershed model with our proposed development in it, showing no adverse impacts to any properties upstream or downstream, so no rises in flood levels. And, after this process that we're in now, that's when the design can begin, and there's many levels of permitting from local to state to federal that we have to cross. And if we don't cross those bars and prove no adverse impacts, we don't get a permit and we can't build it. So I wanted to make that point. Let's see here. Soils, there was a little bit said about soils. We have looked at the soils of the project, very much characteristic of the area, especially around here and Central Florida. We have both well-drained and poorly drained soils on the site. It's important to note when we talk about poorly drained soils, a good half of Florida is covered with soil that is characterized as poorly drained. We should note here that our stormwater management system will not be dependent on percolation of water through the soils. Our stormwater management system is largely dependent on the lakes and impoundment areas that we will be building on site to hold runoff and hold it back to be released at a rate that is acceptable to cause no adverse impacts up or downstream. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, any questions of Mr. Engel? None. All right. We are going to move on quickly to transportation. With me this evening from Stantec, I have Christian Klein, who's a professional engineer, also a road safety professional, RSP1, as rated by the Transportation Professional Certification Board. He has performed a number of large-scale major transportation studies, as we typically call them, for a variety of different kinds of projects. That would include things like, working with DOT to address impacts and address signalization, roundabouts, other kinds of things that development tends to review. I'm going to ask Mr. Klein to come up and go through a handful of slides. He's put a tremendous amount of work into this transportation study.
Thanks, Bart, and thanks, Commission. I want to add that I've had my professional engineer certification since 2019, and I've been with Stantec since graduating University of Florida in 2014. I do have experience both in the private and public sector, both at the city, county, and state level, some of which I represent city and county clients in reviewing traffic analysis. This project, as Bob sort of touched on, it's a multi-phase project. Emily West, as you can see in the top right, was considered to have a build-out year of 2032. There was also a second analysis for Emily West plus East, and that was assumed to have a build-out year of 2036. This was a multi-agency review with City of Bartow, Polk County, Polk Transportation Planning Organization, Central Florida RPC, FDOT District 1. We had our initial methodology meeting back in July 31st, 2024. Throughout that process, FDOT sort of oversaw the traffic impact analysis review. We got final methodology approval at the end of January. As part of this analysis, we determined we had a traffic impact area that consisted of 16 roadway segments and 16 intersections. For both our roadway capacity analysis and our intersection analysis, we analyzed both the AM and PM rush hour traffic. As part of this same traffic impact analysis, we also conducted a more thorough site access analysis at 3 determined site access locations, which are Enterprise and State Road 60, the Emily East driveway at State Road 60, and 91 Mine Road at Gaskins Road. Since this went through a DOT review, they are known to be extremely rigorous. So we also concluded a safety analysis at our site access points as well as at our adjacent roadways to the project. As part of this safety analysis, we evaluated the crash data for the last 5 years. In addition, we did a multimodal analysis. As part of this multimodal analysis, we evaluated the transit options, the bicycle, estimated bicycle traffic as well as routes, and estimated pedestrian traffic as well as routes. For the transit, we provided the Citrus Connection routes. State Road 60 Citrus Connection routes is Route 21X East, and then for US 17, it's Route 22XW and Route 25. For the pedestrian and bicycle, we determined there was minimal pedestrian and bicycle activity. However, we still propose the extension of the 8-foot multi-use trail on the east side of Enterprise Boulevard to the project, as well as internal trails that would connect the west side to State Road 60 on the east side for the new proposed driveway. As part of this analysis, we included vested developments. These are approved project developments that have traffic entitlements. As you can see, all the ones listed were included. In addition to that, as part of these analysis, we included programmed improvements. Programmed improvements are transportation improvements that have funding. The primary one, which was briefly touched on earlier during the TPO's presentation, was the Central Polk Parkway. The Central Polk Parkway is an extension of the Polk Parkway north of US 17 to US 17 down to State Road 60. As part of this project, it includes modifications to the intersection of 91 Mine Road and State Road 60, which we have no bearing on. So. As Bart mentioned earlier, here is sort of the estimated distribution at build-out of the project in 2036. We anticipate that 40% would use the primary Emily West access of Enterprise Boulevard and State Road 60. 25% will use the newly proposed Emily East connection to State Road 60, and 35% will use Gaskins Road, most of which will be going to US 17. As part of this analysis, we determined our required improvements, which is reflected in Bob's staff report. This project will design and construct 4.3 miles of new roadway throughout the project, as well as 2 new traffic signals. The new traffic signal at State Road 60 and Enterprise Boulevard is required to be constructed by 2032, and the signal at Gaskins Road and 91 Mine Road is required to be constructed by 2036. These site access improvements, which you see on the screen, are the full responsibility of the project development and do not fall on the city. If further off-site impacts are determined, the project will mitigate them through the proportionate fair share determination per Florida statutes and the Polk County Land Use Code. And here's the final staff analysis below.
Questions of Mr. Klein?
Thank you.
Just for, again, because it seems to be what I'm doing tonight. Yes, in case for some light reading, I have a full copy of the current transportation analysis. Again, as Mr. Klein indicated, this is still under review, so it's subject to change. But I wanted to introduce this into the record.
So, pardon me, Bart, brief question for your last witness. Was there any studies done to show the impact of traffic that's going to be coming to 91 Mine Road, either on the 60 end or the 17 end, and or signaling at either of those locations?
The answer is yes. We did look at it.
Apologies.
Can you repeat that one time?
Yeah, my question is there's no notes regarding the impacts of the traffic coming to 91 Mine Road and Gaskin. They've got to be dumped out either on 60 and 91 Mine Road or on 17 and 91 Mine Road. Any considerations for signaling there, or where does it stand?
Well, one of the background improvements at US 17 and 91 Mine Road does determine signalization. As you know today, if you drive through it, I think it's like a flashing yellow today, but it does show that it will be improved. I do anticipate that improvement will also be incorporated into the Central Polk Parkway project in some magnitude. They have they're proposing 2 ramp connections just west of that. And then 91 Mine Road at State Road 60, I want to say it's like 500 feet east of the proposed connection of the Central Polk Parkway to the south. So due to like FDOT signal spacing requirements, they're being pretty strict on like what's allowed to happen there. So that'll be a very sort of like a joint effort between the Florida Turnpike Enterprise and FDOT District 1, what ultimately happens there. But I know what their plans show today at that intersection. They show that both for 91 Mine Road to the south and Connersville to the north, they are prohibiting left outs of your minor streets. They will still allow directional ins. So you will be allowed to make an eastbound left in to 91 Mine Road or a westbound left into Connersville Road. But once the Central Polk Parkway is complete, you will not be allowed to make a left out of either of those minor streets.
Okay, thank
Yeah, Commissioner Ball, we've looked at both of those intersections. 91 Mine and 60 is really, our hands are tied by the parkway there and the turnpike and their improvements that they're going to be building, because that's going to be the full-blown intersection right there at Connorsville, generally kind of just to the west of that intersection. And then on the north end, similar kind of situation with what you've got going on with the turnpike. So we have evaluated it, what you'll end up really having there right in, right outs for the most part on those movements.
Okay, thank you.
That's the end of my experts. So I'm going to just kind of run through a couple kind of conclusion slides just to kind of get to wrap this up. Again, looking at the snapshot of concurrency as we stand today, we just really evaluated a lot of that with the prior experts and some of the prior testimony. What you heard from our utility expert is that there is the capacity to serve. There's statements in your staff report regarding solid waste. Roads, we're working on the transportation analysis. Schools, we've got a non-binding school concurrency letter for the entirety of the project today. Again, recognizing that's non-binding and is a snapshot as of March, but we will continue to monitor those things. You've got stormwater design, things like that, that will come into play as the development is designed. There's a tremendous amount of engineering and data that needs to be collected to really refine how that would work. So again, those are all efforts assuming that, again, here we are on a transmittal hearing, and I just spent, an hour, if not an hour and a half, with all of my experts looking at something prospectively. I think that I commend Mr. Warnaker to having this much work done at this point in the process. And we will continue all of those efforts, assuming we move forward. Again, just to reiterate, I kind of jumped into my next slide when I talk about the timeline. We are at the preliminary stage. There are a tremendous amount of other steps of review as we go to getting to a final permit. These are some of the next steps: full-blown engineering, additional geotech, utility design, detailed in utility design. What size lift stations, what size pumps, all of that stuff comes as you get into the construction plan process, and that's done in conjunction with your staff, your engineering consultants, the Department of Health, DEP, all of those reviewing agencies as we work on each one of these detailed analysis. So with that, what I kind of want to wrap up, again, we're looking at the competent substantial evidence. There's no telling how many hundreds of years of experience just came before you testifying that this site, this property can be developed in accordance with all of the rules, all of the standards. And you got to also recall that we also understand that providing those services, providing the municipal services, providing the schools is important. Each home, a single-family home today in the city of Bartow, pays $28,000 in impact fees just to pull a building permit. That's inclusive of the school board, that's inclusive of the county fees, that's inclusive of your fees, that's exclusive. That does not include your recurring fees, things like that. I mean, this is these are significant investments that will be made into this community that can be used for infrastructure improvements. They can be used to build schools if they're required. They can be used to build roads. I just think that's a really important consideration when you're thinking about a project of this scale. So again, we'll deal with all those issues as they come, but tonight we would request a favorable vote on transmittal. Well, let me back up. On the first reading of the annexation, we would request a favorable recommendation or transmittal and public hearing to the Department of Commerce on both Emily East and the Emily West large-scale comprehensive plan amendments, and favorable votes on first reading to both PD zonings for Emily East and Emily West. And I got one last handout for everybody. This really is more along the lines of kind of what I was just talking about as it relates to kind of how we evaluate the impacts and the economic impacts of this project. So with that, my team's here. We'll stand for any questions. I know the residents will speak. We would request some time for rebuttal rather than it being an up and down sort of process with, the back and forth. We'll be taking copious notes. We'll do the best we can to be brief on rebuttal, recognizing that it is already getting close to 10:20. And if Ms. Chadwick has had 49 years of experience, I would like to not see my 49th birthday rung in here this evening, or in the morning. So, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
All right, Sean, go ahead and tell us how this goes down from this point.
To remind you where you are,
Okay, 'cause, yeah.
we are on the first of the 5 items, which is ordinance 2025-17. There was a motion and a second to approve this item on first reading, which would just push it on to second reading. This item does not require a public hearing, so it would be appropriate for y'all to have any necessary discussion and then take a roll call vote.
Okay, so this is item 10B.
This is item 10B, ordinance number 2025-17.
Okay, and just for the record and the folks in the audience, because I know there's a lot of legal terms that get used up here, but just because this gets approved tonight, it's not meaning that it's actually approved. It just means that it goes to the second reading, which will have a public hearing, and that's when the actual vote of whether it gets voted in or gets voted out occurs. Okay? So I just want to be clear on that, because I know we kind of get confusing with some of these things with so many of them, but I just want to make that clarification. This is not the actual vote tonight. It's just whether to move it to the second hearing. Okay. So with that said, is there any discussion on item 10B?
No.
All right, Jackie, roll call.
Commissioner Ball,
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth,
Aye, and I'd just like to note that my vote is for being able to forward this to the second reading, so we will have more discussion. This is not a vote to approve the annexation.
Commissioner Pfeiffer,
Aye and same. Aye and same.
What's that?
As
She's just
She's saying the same as what Leah just said.
Vice Mayor
aye and the same.
Tucker.
Aye, and the same.
And can I ask one question? Can we get this presentation sent to us, please, in a PDF just like that? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your next item is 10C. This is first reading, and a reminder, this is a public hearing on ordinance 2025-18. This is an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city of Bartow, Florida. Said amendment being known as amendment number CPA-25-01-LS for Emily East, specifically assigning low-density residential land use to recently annexed parcels owned by Smith Gerber LLC, transmitting said amendment to the Florida Commerce Division of Community Development for a finding of compliance, providing for Scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date upon final passage.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from the commission on this? All right, this is a public hearing, so if you would like to speak about item 10C, now is the time to do that. So we're going to open up the public hearing.
Hi, I'm Dania Lovett. I live on Gerber Dairy Road. My family has lived in Central Florida for 6 generations. We've worked land, we've raised families here, built roots that reflect a respect for rural traditions and the natural beauty that defines Polk County. Since the pandemic, development has surged. Our once quiet rural county is unrecognizable. Forests cleared, wildlife displaced, and infrastructure strained beyond capacity. It's not just another rezoning, it's another step toward overdevelopment and congestion and environmental damage. We sit atop of Florida's most important aquifers, and every acre paved adds pollution and stress to our water systems. The county's main aquifer is already depleting, and officials plan to drill 2 new wells into the lower aquifer. When asked, Polk County representatives admitted they don't know the environmental and safety impacts and are uncertain, and the desalination of the brine water raises further concerns in public safety. Our springs, rivers, and wildlife cannot speak for themselves, so I'm going to do that right now. Roads are overcrowded, accidents are increasing, and emergency response times are slowing. Schools and public services are really stretched. More homes does not mean more prosperity. Taxes are rising, housing is unaffordable, and longtime residents, especially seniors on fixed incomes, are being priced out. Polk was once a refuge. Growth without balance is destruction. We need responsible planning that preserves Bartow's identity, not to turn it into another sprawling suburb. This area is a floodplain with hundreds of acres in a flood zone that I live right behind. The Peace Creek often overflows. You guys have seen it, flooding nearby communities. You've seen the damage it's done. Developers claim water runoff is managed, but evidence shows otherwise. This land has poorly draining sand and soil and simply is not suitable for dense housing. Flagler County is dealing with major flooding from developments. Their mayor, Mike Norris, has stated he's had enough. Farms in Plant City have flooded after D.R. Horton started developing. Lee County had water pouring out of storm drains after a 500-home development. They all had fancy attorneys speaking on their behalf, too. Compatibility means that land uses can coexist in proximity over time without unduly harming one another. Your policy 1.5 says development approval must account for compatibility with existing land uses and historic resources. Policy 1.8 in your comprehensive plan states land development regulations must ensure adjacent land uses remain compatible. Plans are considered consistent when proposed uses and impacts do not conflict those with neighboring jurisdictions. Your rezoning application can be denied if it's inconsistent. The area homes sitting around this are 1 acres and larger, making this development incompatible to the agricultural rural area. The last Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, the school board representatives stated they did not have enough room at the local elementary school level. This county commission and zoning has voted no, and so did your own Bartow Planning and Zoning. Vote this down tonight, please, for your community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Pam Luce. I live at 1808 Charleston Lane here in Bartow. This is not what I had planned to talk about. I think you all have a packet of what I had planned to present tonight, but I feel like I need to respond to some things that were said, so I don't know if I'm allowed to have time to do both or not. So that is 3 minutes. Okay, all right. So concurrency, it was mentioned about me saying anything about concurrency. I don't believe I have said one word about this, about school concurrency on this project. But I would like to remind you that this developer did develop thousands of homes in Eagle Lake and did not even apply for school concurrency, so we still don't know the ramifications of that. RL in the county comp plan has 4 sub-districts. This one is RL1. To change from one district to another requires an amendment, and to get 5 units per acre requires a PD. A PD requires a public hearing. A PD application is what the county's planning commission and the Planning Commission and the County Commission denied, and as well as your commission, your Planning and Zoning Commission, when it was presented here. It was presented then as if 5 or, as I remember, 3 units per acre was what the designation is. That was deceptive. Mr. Allen was right. There is a process that must be gone through to get that designation. The County Commission heard all of the expert witnesses and still denied it because common sense prevailed. If you read the policies in your own comp plan, you know that this is not consistent with the comp plan, and you know that it is not compatible with the surrounding area. And I believe that you do know that this is not an area which should be developed at all. And if you would indulge me, just pull out the very last piece of paper in your packet. I would like for you to take a look at this approved development. We all know that there have been homes built in areas where they told them they would never flood. And we also have experienced in this last couple of years the flooding that has happened in areas where homes have been constructed. So please think very long and hard about this.
Thank you. And Ms. Luce, you'll have an opportunity at the second hearing to say the other part. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Becky Niles again. I just wanted to go over a few things that the attorney and his staff brought up, or his experts brought up. They're saying that now they're admitting that there are gopher tortoises out there. At every meeting that I have attended up until this point, this is the first time they actually kind of admitted at the previous planning and zoning. They said there were none until we were able to produce proof that there are some out there. They also stated there were no alligators, and I went over to explain that when you do your reports in, hibernation season, you're not likely to see any of those. And I would think educated and well-versed people in this division would be able to know that more so than us. But given that statement, they're talking about not using any emergency access off of Gerber Dairy Road. Off Rifle Range Road, it's an engine-only house. The closest ambulance is either in Bartow or it's in Eagle Lake. So they would have to come from either down 17 through there to get to wherever they're going inside the subdivision, or go down 60. Now, it's my understanding that House 9, which is two ambulances, number 9209, that service Bartow, they're moving south on 17. And it's my understanding that they're the first to be used, or the first to be constructed out of all the ones that are supposed to be forthcoming. I also want to address impact fees. I've read the state statute on impact fees. It states that they can only be used for things that come as a result of the development. It states the local government must specifically earmark funds collected under the impact fee for use in acquiring, constructing, or improving capital facilities to benefit new users. Well, I'm not a new user, so what benefit do I receive? Absolutely none. As far as I'm concerned, I've read what they can be used for. What would seem like, oh, you're getting land to build a school, you're getting land to build police department, whatever. According to what I've read in the statute, you have to pay back dollar for him. He gets credit for every single dollar that he give to you all. So there is no altruism there. It's not a gift. You will be paying it back. So I didn't see that mentioned to you all. And let me see, what else is there? It's not limited to, it's my understanding that, like, if you are to buy a fire truck, you cannot be replacing a fire truck. If you are to buy a police squad, you cannot be replacing a police squad with these impact fees, because they're only meant to be used for whatever the development causes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Pravat again. I wanted to make a comment on the transportation that I just heard. We talked about signaling, or it was talked about, at 91 Mine and 60, and we talked about Gaskin Road, but I didn't hear anything about the Emily East approach. And I don't have the benefit of a map, so I'm going to have to ask you to think about this in your head. But if you go out Highway 60, do you know where Good Life RV Resort is? Mm-hmm. Okay, there is a break in the median where people coming out of Good Life, if they want to come to Bartow, can pause there to allow the westbound traffic to get out and come to Bartow. I have heard that there is proposed a right turn lane to get into Emily East, okay, because that's not directly across the street, but just down the road, small amount. But I have heard nothing about a left-hand turn lane if you are headed towards Winter Haven. So that means that anybody coming from Bartow is going to have to wait at that break in the intersection, cross 2 lanes of traffic in a very short amount of time to get into that right turn lane to get to Emily East. With the traffic coming out of Good Life, my driveway is directly across from that. I still have to wait for a break at the Rifle Range Road signal to get in. So you're going to have traffic backed up that's headed west that doesn't have a left-hand turn lane that we've heard about, and all pile up in that break in the intersection to then make a U-turn, cross 2 lanes of traffic to get to a turn lane. It sounds like a recipe for disaster to me.
Thank you. Next, sir.
Darrell Phillips. As I mentioned earlier, my property borders this property that proposed on the east side. I have pictures of gopher tortoises on the fence line itself between the 2 properties, not counting the woodpeckers and everything else. So his expert witness, I don't know where they got this from. And as far as the biohazards, I watched them for months dump day and night solids out there. You can't tell me that ground's not contaminated. And as far as the soil itself, I spent 41 years in the phosphate industry. I've dug on both sides of Highway 60 with Clear Springs Mine. I can tell you that soil is not suitable. It's terrible. We've lost drag lines in there. They had to go and recover them for their environmentalists or on that part. But personally, I think you have the ability tonight to vote this completely down altogether. I don't think we need a second meeting on anything. That's my word.
Thank you. Next.
Tony Waters, 2900 Gerber Dairy Road. It's kind of starting to feel like Groundhog Day. We've been doing this since late 2021. It's just like we seem to be beating our heads against the wall. I know this is a business transaction for them, but for us, this is our lives. We come here to these meetings, it's very emotionally draining, and we've done it over and over and over and over again. And it's been time and time and time and time again been told this project doesn't work. I don't care how many people you bring in to show facts, how many experts you have, how much legal representation you can present. If it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. You can put as much lipstick on this pig as you want. It's not going to work. It doesn't fit the area. It's not consistent with the area. That's been proven. They're saying it's not going to affect our quality of life. Well, we just heard, not just heard, we know, this plan is to go on for about 10 years worth of construction. This is going to be across the street from my house. So I'm going to hear construction and see dust and tracks and trucks for 10 years, but that's not going to affect my life. We're redirecting creeks. We're building a bridge over the Peace Creek 300 feet long. We're redirecting traffic on Highway 60. We're moving animals all over the place just so this man can have his housing project. It doesn't fit this area. It's not good for this area. There's nothing about this that makes this a better area. All it does is makes this a worse area. People come here for a reason. This is a small town. We don't want to be Orlando. We don't want to be Tampa. You can move to Orlando or Tampa. We don't need that. This little 60, they were talking about Route 60. I've been down Route 66. I've traveled the whole thing. And it's quaint. It's beautiful. There's lots of things to see. You stop along the way. You see all the sights. I don't think anybody wants to see road construction and houses being built. That's not going to bring them to the area. We have more than enough houses right now for everyone. We've got probably 6 housing developments within 3 miles of my house. None of them are finished. Most of them have ground to a halt because the housing sales have ground down. I'm sure someday they'll come back, but we don't need it there. That's just not consistent with that area. Just because you can build something somewhere doesn't mean you should build it there. There's absolutely no reason to put that in there. I believe it was Randy Wilkerson, when we were in front of the commission, said, I can understand why the Planning Commission didn't like this. This is a monster of a project. It doesn't fit. He also said, us approving this project, all we're doing is creating a problem that we're going to have to come in and fix in 5 years, just like all the flooding in North Lakeland. All of us here have experienced the flooding. They can say what they want and show whatever they want to show. It floods consistently out there probably 8 months a year. I have to get a four-wheeler to go to my mailbox a couple months a year. It's not designed for the kind of stuff we're trying to put in out there. So I just ask that you agree with what we've already been told by 4 different meetings. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amity McGee, 3900 Gerber Dairy Road. I want to thank you to those that came out and visited our area and responded to my email. I'm only going to speak about myself and my family. We've lived on Gerber Dairy Road for 25 years. We're 4 generations out there now. And in the 4 generations, my son now has property out there and is raising my grandchildren. That's why we moved out there. I just finished a house, my second house on the property. I got my occupancy a week and a half ago. I have 60 days to get my other house torn down. I'm only allowed 1 house per 5 acres. But it's approximately 40 feet from the end of my driveway to where the subdivision's going to be, and that's the kind of living you want, when I can only have 1 house per 5 acres. Myself and neighbors on each side of us, I have a 1 acre, just under a 1 acre pond on my property. It's not a pond, it's a retention ditch that we all had to dig. We all had to build our own man-made retention ditches that look beautiful like ponds in the summer, but dry up during the winter. They are just to hold water. I've had to purchase blow-up boats and canoes to stop my car at the road to put my groceries, my children, my grandchildren in boats to pull them to the house because of the flooding. They admitted that it can be built on, but it's not the best soil, which means they can only build up, which means they're going to flood us down. But the problem we're having is on Gerber Dairy Road, we're county. You go 40 feet outside my driveway, y'all are wanting to make it city. There's no ditches on that side of the road. So the subdivision is going to be city, but my road is county. Are y'all going to come take care of my road? We don't even have ditches to hold the water. We flood every year out there. They made the comment that they have the letter from the school board. They're wanting to bus the kids from Highway 60 to to Westwood, which is in Winter Haven. That's 14 miles away. And the county told them, we cannot accommodate elementary students. We have animals out there. We have deer out there. We have bears out there. We shouldn't have to work this hard to do this. We all moved out there for the heritage to raise our families on. But I know I said it, but I don't see how you can do 1 house to 5 acres and across the street have a subdivision. It just doesn't work that way. My biggest concern is we're wells. They're going to be hooked to city water. When they start flooding and it comes down on us, they're going to contaminate our wells. And their only option is to build up. That's all they can do is build the land up to get those houses on. They are going to flood us out. And we are county, and this is a city development, but it is backed up to a road that is county where we have no retention. We have nothing out there except man-made retention ponds. And when hurricanes come through, it takes us out. There's no way Gerber Dairy Road will survive the subdivision. It can't happen. We appreciate your time, though. I know this is a bad situation for y'all, but we do appreciate it.
Thank you. Next.
Howdy, my name is Drew Davis. I live on 1075 East Man Road. I have a little experience with expert witnesses. I've been a trial attorney for quite some time. I practice primarily down in Sebring. And there's just a couple things I did want to comment on what I've seen here today. One of the first ones, a bit off topic, but I'll jump into it. One of the first things is this must be continuous and it must be compact. One of the interesting things I've noticed, the first thing I look at when I see the east and I see the west, it is not compact, and they're trying to shoehorn that in by getting 2 separate properties, which is not compact. Look at the definition of compact. Circular, compact, not spread out. That is exactly what it's not supposed to be. Another thing, they're talking about evidence, what you can and can't consider. They want to scare you away from listening to the actual citizens, the actual people who live here. Well, you know what? There's something else that the Florida codes of evidence do say. And they say you can't use hearsay, you can't use speculation. That's absolutely correct. But you can use witnesses, you can use what they say, you can use what they know, and to evaluate them, you can use your common sense and your everyday life experience. Another thing it says is you evaluate people. How do you evaluate witnesses? You evaluate them by what their interests are, what they're looking to get, what they truly want. You know, it also says you can, in any expert or any witness, you can believe any part, or none of what they say. And it tells you to evaluate that, use your common sense and your everyday life experience. It's true. These experts here, he said, I think they had combined hundreds of years of experience, we were told. Well, guess what? The citizens in this town have thousands of years of life experience. They have tens of thousands of years of life experience. And they're coming here before you, and they're saying, with one resolution and one voice, they do not want this. This is not compatible with Bartow. This is not compatible with our town. This is a small town. That's one of the main reasons people live here, because they don't want to be sitting in traffic for hours. I've seen that. Kissimmee used to be a nice small town, they said. It was going to have nice, easy country living. It's not anymore. I have one of my friends live there. I try to get through Kissimmee. I just had to go downtown. It took me almost 45 minutes to travel a few miles. I was just sitting in traffic the entire time. Sprawl. That's all it is, sprawl. If we don't work to keep our identity, this is not inevitable. If we don't stand up and vote this down, we will become just another urban sprawl. We'll be another Tampa, we'll be another Orlando, and you'll be sitting in traffic. Vote this down for our quality of life. Vote this down because this is what the people want. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I was up here once, but I didn't use all my time up. I just got a couple of items and I'll be done.
We can't, you can't come back after you can come back to the next, there's going to be another public hearing on another item. We don't know where you left off on your minutes. We're not allowed to do that. I'm sorry. But there is going to be another public hearing opportunity in the next couple of items.
Well, this item right now, I don't want you to go past it, so that's why I'm trying to
Oh,
take this
okay.
out.
Well, I'm sorry. Is there any additional public comments for 10C? Okay. We will close the public comment and go to a roll call.
Commissioner Ball,
Aye to move it to second hearing.
I move it to second hearing.
Oh, aye.
No.
Commissioner Longworth,
How you say no?
It's roll call. I thought you said,
That's what I was
what did
saying.
you say? I'm sorry.
yeah, I hadn't called your name yet.
gosh.
No, you did.
No. It's getting.
Aye, aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simpson,
Aye.
Mayor Tucker.
To move to second hearing. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your next item is Five-oh.
There's just
Laura and
so much time.
Leo. Okay. Your next item is 10D. This is first reading and consideration of ordinance number 2025-19. This is an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Bartow, Florida, zoning approximately 369.3 acres of land owned by Smith Gerber LLC and located in sections 29 through 32, Township 29 South, Range 26 East, Polk County, Florida, as PD, Plan Development, providing for Scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date upon final passage. And reminder to the commissioners, this item does not require a public hearing.
Move adoption.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion regarding this item? Jackie, roll call.
Commissioner Ball,
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth,
Aye.
Pfeiffer,
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your next item is item 10E. This is first reading and includes a public hearing on ordinance 2025-21. This is an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city of Bartow, Florida. Said amendment being known as Amendment CPA-25-02-LS for Emily West, specifically to change those parcels of land owned by Clear Springs Land Company LLC from Clear Springs Planned Industrial to Clear Springs Residential, transmitting said amendment to the Florida Commerce Division of Community Development for a finding of compliance providing for Scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date upon final passage.
Move adoption.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Jackie? Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm on the
hearing.
wrong thing. Hold on. All right, at this, is there any discussion from the commission? All right, public comment, we're going to open that now. Ma'am, would you like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Margaret Anderson, 960 East George Street. Lived in Bartow 45 years, and I love this town. The Emily West property owned by the Clear Springs Land Company lies within the Clear Springs Selected Area Plan and is designated for planned industrial use appropriately, given its proximity to the Bartow Airport. I do not see justification for changing this designation, which was based on a comprehensive sector plan. Industrial use here makes practical and economic sense. On October 20th, the city annexed the airport, and Commissioners and Mike Herr emphasized the financial benefits of bringing airport business into the city and the potential for future industrial growth that would strengthen the tax base. By contrast, residential development beside active runways raises safety and noise issues. Engine failure, though rare, is a documented risk. Noise complaints will be inevitable, and future airport expansion could be limited by placing homes in this area. For these reasons, our city would be better served preserving this site for industrial development, which offers greater long-term economic benefit. I respectfully request that the Commission deny all Emily West agenda items and allow further discussion on industrial uses consistent with the property's current designation and the city's economic interest. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Chrislyn Craze, 1075 East Man Road. I just wanted to make a statement with both the vision statements of us and the developer. So our vision statement says Bartow 2025 is an attractive, livable city that has a historic hometown feeling, an active, expanded downtown, sustainable neighborhoods, and a strong local economy. Residents are safe and have exciting leisure opportunities. Whereas the vision statement for the developer says, buy land where the path exists. Where there is no path, buy more land and create your own. Cool. I don't think that's compatible whatsoever. I'm a Polk County public school teacher. Do I have enough space in my classroom? No, I do not. There are not enough desks. There's not enough public funding for any of this. So where are we supposed to put these kids? In closets? I don't understand. I'm doing my dang best, and Polk County Schools already does not fund their teachers. They don't want to even give us our raises. So where the heck are all these other kids going to go? I don't understand that. So that's the thing. It's all incompatible. I'm not going to go off on a tangent about Springs and the joke. I personally thought as a free diver, I was like, oh, why are we calling it Springs? Because we've overdeveloped all the land and there are no springs because we dropped the aquifer levels. But I'm not going to get into that because that's not the point. The fact of the matter is it is not compatible. Nobody wants this. If you listen to the people that actually live here and breathe here, that drive their cars down the road, you can have 40 years of experience doing whatever the heck. Good for you. Proud of you. But here's the thing. You don't live here. You don't deal with the traffic. You don't watch people getting hit all the time on State Road 60 and 98 because the roads are already claustrophobic. And that's it. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Hi, Becky Niles again. I'm against the rezoning of that. There's several reasons. I noticed that all these conditions that they presented to you all this time were all added after the unanimous denial by the planning and zoning. They were never presented prior to that point, as they said. So they've conditioned their presentation to you in an attempt to get what they want. And the budget says that the budget is intended to benefit all the people of Bartow. But again, impact fees are only going to benefit new people to Bartow, not to the old and existing people. And as far as rezoning these to these homes, I was in Louisville when that plane went down. It was all businesses. Imagine, it killed, to my last knowledge, 12 people and 9 people were missing. That means they would have been burnt to death, okay? If that were homes, now that plane went down 3 miles outside the airport. If those were homes, can you imagine the devastation that would have caused? So I just want you all to remember that when you're thinking about putting homes that close to that airport, because I've read what the airport runways look like, not good condition. And that's according to the FAA. Thank you.
Tony Waters again. I just forgot a couple of things. Be the first time ever I haven't used my full 3 minutes. So, a couple numbers I was looking at as a school teacher and former police officer. I kind of look after kids. It was said that there will, the numbers for the school kids that were going to be added was 774, if my math was right. And we have approximately 2,250 houses in the subdivision. So somehow we're figuring 1 child per every 3 houses. I don't think that sounds right. We talked about taking kids to Westwood. From Camping World to Westwood is about 15 miles. So we're talking a 30-mile round trip a day, 150 a week, 600 miles on a school bus a month. That's a little ridiculous. Again, I don't think these schools can handle this. This is one subdivision. The numbers are inaccurate as it is, obviously. And then you add in all these other subdivisions that are going in around here. I know my school's packed, and I know my sister's school where she works is packed. There's no room for these children around here, and there's no plans to build very many new schools. We've got a new high school, I think, going in possibly, but that's in the north side of the county. There's nowhere to put these kids. We can't just keep cramming them in and expect to educate them. You get so many people per teacher, and it doesn't work. I mean, I'm over 25 per teacher right now. We're closer to 30 per teacher. It's just not going to work. You just can't keep doing this over and over again and hoping for a different outcome. Like I said before, it's not compatible with the area, and it doesn't fit, and there's no way to make it fit. And we know this from all the meetings we've been to and all the planning commissions that have turned it down and the county commissioners that have turned it down and the city planning commission that's turned it down. We know it doesn't work. There's no way to make it work. We can review this and rehash this as many times. He can threaten with all the legalese he wants to threaten, but common sense has to step in at some point and just know that this doesn't belong here. We can't do it. I mean, what I'm getting from them is, well, we're going to put these houses in here whether you like it or not. And I think that's the wrong attitude, and we don't need to be letting them get away with that. This is to the point now where it's just absolutely ludicrous that we're even considering this area. It just doesn't fit. We don't need it, and it shouldn't be put in. And I didn't even use all my time. Look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darrell Phillips again. So as far as the school board, just recently on TV, they put on there that the Polk County School Board is going to have to redistrict everything and move people around. And one of the schools is Lake Region High School. My granddaughter goes there now. It is going to be full next year when they have to move all these kids around. I know currently there's maybe spots that they're saying, but it's not going to happen in the future. They got to move them, other schools are there. And as far as get my bearings straight here. This 2 houses per acre, he says, or 3 houses that he's proposing. He wants the maximum amount, where you can fit 5 or 6. He may not be doing it now, but that's what they want. But 2,245 homes is way too many now. Not counting the subdivisions going inside of Bartow itself right now, there's 8 more right in the community around Gerber Dairy that's already up and going, and some more even going in now. Enough's enough. And there's one more point. Oh, the electrical part. It's a complete joke. The substation is so old, they can't even handle what houses we have now, and they want to add another 2,245. It's not going to handle it. We lose power just for a little storm. Not even a storm, really, just a wind. It'll take the substation out. That's it.
Thank you.
It's me again, Pam Luce, 1808 Charleston Lane. I I had some pictures to put up on the screen, but it's so late, we'll just go with your handouts if that's okay with you. So I think we all know that growth is inevitable. I don't think anyone's arguing that, but some areas just should not be developed, and this is one of those places. And we already talked about the county commission, and the two boards have agreed with that sentiment. Your first map that you have in the handout this is the developer's rendering showing the isolation and incompatibility of the planned development plan at this location. It also illustrates how poorly drained the property is with the wet retention ponds. A mosquito truck would have to be permanently assigned to this location. Map 2, on this map, it's apparent that there are several areas of the concept development plan that encroach on the flood zone, and some are with entire lots within the flood zone, particularly in the center portion of the site. Map 3, this site indicates where the lots are drawn would encroach into the flood zone, and I know the experts have tried to address this tonight, but this is concerning with a net density of in excess of 5 units per acre. Please note information in your handouts on the second page in reference to insurance requirements for homeowners who live in these flood zone areas. Map 4, this soils map demonstrates the majority of the soils on the proposed development are in poorly drained or very poorly drained categories. And map 5 is the same map with the overlay of the planned development. Map 6 is a map of Clear Springs, and they've already argued that Bartow has already annexed large areas like Clear Springs, which makes this development compatible. However, Clear Springs was a master planned, long-range annexation with infrastructure phasing. It was not justification for piecemeal annexations. To say that Emily Springs PD is consistent with the approved Clear Springs sector plan and will provide connected transportation network overlooks a key fact. The central portion of the sector plan between US 17 and SR 16 has not been developed. Approving Emily Springs at the extreme eastern edge of the sector plan would effectively leap over vast undeveloped land and promote leapfrog or sprawl type development and not orderly build out. And I'm about out of time, so I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment regarding 10E? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing and go to roll call.
Commissioner Ball?
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth?
Aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
To move to second hearing. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your last item in this sequence is 10F. This is first reading and consideration of ordinance number 2025-22. This is an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Bartow, Florida, zoning approximately 556 acres of land owned by Clear Springs Land Company, LLC, and located in Section 25, Township 29 South, Range 25 East, and Section 30, Township 29 South, Range 26 East, Polk County, Florida, as PD, Plan Development, providing for Scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date upon final passage. And this item does not require a public hearing tonight. This is just first reading.
Is there any oh, I'm sorry.
Need a motion first.
I need a motion first.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, properly moved in second. Now, is there any discussion about this item? Seeing none, we'll go to roll call.
Commissioner Ball?
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth?
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Tucker?
Voting to move to second hearing, aye. All right, at this time, we will,
Yeah, one more.
is that part of this one?
Yeah, one more ordinance.
Well, let him speak after that then? Or
No,
now?
He's good.
Okay.
I was going to give Bart some rebuttal, but you're good. So let me read the title, and then Bob will tell you this is a somewhat related, but really a different item. This is 10G. This is first reading and will require a public hearing. Similar to the others, it's a transmittal on ordinance 2025-23. This is an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Bartow, Florida. Said amendment being known as Amendment CPA-25-03-text, specifically to amend policy 3.2.7 and 3.3.38 of the future land use element to number 1, extend the build-out year of the Clear Springs Sector Plan Detail Specific Area Plan number 1. 2, incorporate the Clear Springs Land Use Equivalency Matrix. And 3, allow renewable energy sources such as solar power in all Clear Springs land use designations. Transmitting said amendment to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for a finding of compliance, providing for severability, providing for Scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date upon final passage.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, Bob.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Bob Wiegers, Planning Director for the City of Bartow. This is application CPA 25-03 text. It does relate to the Clear Springs Sector Plan. There are actually 3 parts to this request, and they are identified in my staff report as request number 1, number 2, and number 3. We do have representation here tonight from the owner. Patrick Carroll is here, and the applicant in this case is Mr. Tim Campbell, who is a land use attorney from Lakeland. I'm not going to try to get your firm name correct tonight, Tim. I apologize. So the 3 requests are actually, believe it or not, fairly simple. They do not directly relate to Emily East or Emily West, but they relate to the overall Clear Springs Sector Plan. Request number 1 simply extends build-out years associated with the Clear Springs Sector Plan Detailed Specific Area Plan number 1. What we're talking about here are the dates that are associated with a series of state orders, and Mr. Campbell will probably be able to do a little better justice than I can when I turn this over. But it will actually extend the sector plan build out from the year 2030 to the year 2041, and that's what's shown in attachment A to the staff report. It also will incorporate a anticipated build-out land utilization and development program that currently resides in the text language of the sector plan, but is not actually in our comprehensive plan as a policy. So this chart will actually get included into the comprehensive plan for purposes of keeping it up to date and current. And as you can see, if you look at that chart, what also happens as a result of these extensions are that Phase 1 development extends from 2022 to 2041, Phase 2A from 2026 to 2041, Phase 2B from 2026 to 2041, and Phase 3 from 2037 to 2041. And again, these extension of dates are a result of Florida statutes as they go back to the tolling dates associated with a series of state declared emergencies. Request number 2 is a request to insert the Clear Springs land equivalency use matrix into the framework of the Clear Springs Sector Plan. That is shown on, actually it's the second page of attachment A, and it includes some verbiage as it relates to the purpose of the land use equivalency matrix. And what it simply is being able to trade land uses without amending the land use plan based on PM peak traffic. So it's a matrix that just allows you to do conversions from one intensity to another. It doesn't actually change the use of the property. It just allows you to adjust the numbers. And again, Mr. Campbell's going to do a much better job than I am at this late hour. The request number 3 is to allow renewable energy sources, solar power in all Clear Springs land use designations. This is a policy that we've seen before. It's been a number of years since we last dealt with this, but if you'll remember back at about the 2016, 2017 time range, We put policies into the comprehensive plan that would allow larger master plan developments to include the option or the opportunity to establish larger scale utility generation into their master plan developments. That's ultimately what happened with the Silver development as well as the Wilson Ranch. This provision has never been into the Clear Springs future land use element, so that's what this request is to actually put the same thing essentially in the Clear Springs sector plan as we currently have in Wilson Ranch or the Silver development. This is a large-scale amendment. It does require a state coordinated review, so it's that review process that's just a little bit more elaborate than the normal expedited process. You okay? Yeah. Okay, all right. Wasn't sure who you were sighing at. The review, again, will go up to Tallahassee. It'll be distributed back to the agencies by the Florida Commerce Division of Development, and we would hear back ultimately in about 60 days. So again, this same type amendment. I do not expect to have a second reading or the second reading for adoption if you do move it forward tonight. I don't expect that to be back before the February timeframe as well. I remind you that you are required to conduct a public hearing, and Mr. Tim Campbell is here to kind of hopefully clear up some of the mess I've probably said for you. So thank you. Any questions?
Good evening. For purposes of your record, my name is Tim Campbell, the law firm of Clark, Campbell, Lancaster, Workman, and Erth, 500 South Florida Avenue in Lakeland. I won't explain it any better, but I promise you I'm going to be brief at this late hour, and I'll just go ahead and thank Bob for scheduling us tonight after your other 5 hearings, but I'm glad to be here. With me tonight is Patrick Carroll with Clear Springs Land Company. As you know, the Clear Springs development is a mixed-use master plan development with a sector plan DSAP. It's about 18,000 acres in total. So the things we're amending tonight are very simple. The first one is statutory and automatic. We're automatically allowed to do that. Bob's just now putting it into our plan. It automatically kicks in when they do those emergency orders, that development orders and other development agreements. The term is extended for those periods of time that emergencies exist in Polk County. So that first one, the extension of the build-out year is just cleaning up your agreement. The second one, the equivalency matrix, and Bob described it correctly, but that's what you use whether or not it's in our agreement. If we came to amend something or to shift some uses because of changes in the market, that's what Bob would go look at. Hey, let's look at this equivalency matrix. It comes out of the transportation, the ITE report that's standard that says, hey, if you have this use and it's 100 trips and you're changing it to this use, you can't get something higher than the 100 trips. It's just making sure if you are moving uses around within your development, you're not introducing increased impacts. So that's a very straightforward. It's just putting it actually into our plan, which gives the city and the developer kind of a reference point, and it is what would be used anyway. The third and last is just allowing the renewable source solar power energy uses within the DSAP. And as Bob explained, it's allowed in other large developments in the city and throughout the county. And so we're just kind of cleaning that up to add that as an allowable use. And so those are the 3 things that are included in this amendment. And we appreciate your attention at this late hour. Stand available for any questions that you may have.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do, but I'm really tired, so
Okay, I accept that.
I'll just wait till the next one. And then I'm going to have a question.
All right. This is the first reading and public hearing, so we will open the public hearing. Does anyone need to make any comments regarding 10G? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing and go to a roll call.
Commissioner Ball?
Aye.
Commissioner Longworth.
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer.
Aye.
Vice Mayor
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Can I
Thank you,
say something
thank
before
you,
you-
Tim, for your patience.
Before you move on, can I just say something before we go to consent agenda? For those, 90% of you have left, but I do want to say for those that are left, the 10 after 11:10, thank you for all of your information that you have sent us. You are going to have another opportunity. Obviously, the mayor has said that twice. I just want you to be clear on that you've given us really good, solid information, and I appreciate that. And so we look forward to seeing you in February. I just want to make sure, I'm listening to my voice. I just want to make sure that the rest of you here understand that we'll be going through this whole thing again in February.
Right.
Thank you.
This, yeah, wasn't a vote of approval, it was just a vote to move to second
Right,
hearing.
that's all, it's a process. It's a process.
Right.
Well, and I was going to say in our comments, but I want to follow up here also, that you've been heard. We've received it, we've gone through it, we've seen your emails, we're hearing you tonight. We have a process we need to follow, so just be patient with us as we go through the process, and we'll make determinations moving forward.
And thank you for staying so long.
All right, y'all are troopers. Okay, so we are now going to move on to the next item, which is the consent agenda, the approval of the November 3rd, 2025 City Commission regular meeting minutes, approval of the June 27th, 2025 City Commission special meeting minutes for nonprofit presentations, approval of the city commissioner absences for November 3rd, 2025, excusals, which was Commissioner Longworth, consideration and approval authorizing staff to enter a contract negotiations with the official company DBA Team Official for power distribution construction crew.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Next item is other commission business. Old business, we have none. New business, we have none. Moving on to resolutions, which we have none. Now we are at commissioner comments. Commissioner Ball.
None.
Commissioner Longworth.
None.
Commissioner Pfeiffer.
Zip.
Commissioner Simpson.
Well, nothing.
I was fixing to turn your mic off, and I have none. So we will adjourn this city commission meeting at 11:12. Thank you, everyone.